and they have a little bit more leeway. The circle goes away from the chopsticks, so this fight now will have to take place. But the same is true on the other spur of the chopsticks. With Regnum Kaya needing to push in from that northern side, they have to make a move, and Yangon Galacticos don't want to be anywhere near this.
Yangon Galacticos shooting at Noxium Red Force up ahead. Regnum Kaya are also moving in, potentially to crash into Yangon Galacticos. Falcons is going to take advantage of this, and I think it's about to culminate into a massive square-off between three rosters. Yangon Galacticos will get an early down. Noxium Red Force has started to attack, and Falcons are also getting active in the attack.
Regnum Kaya also chiming in there from the opposite angle, and they catch Yangon Galacticos going for a really strange retreat there, I have to say. They didn't really have the cover to go for it, not yet, and they do manage to stay alive as three, sure, so maybe they're just playing for placements, but at their current standing on the table, they are in 8th place. They don't want to let these games get away from them when they have a dead central position. A nice spray down from Silas connects through the smoke. That should be resable. They have got the cover to do so, but that means Regnum Kaya can move into the main basin at the base of the chopsticks.
Yo, I love the aggression from Silas. Nade cooked, but they get away just in the nick of time. Silas has to make a decision. Push up, back up with my team. What's my play? It looks like he's fully committed. He's going in the tunnel, and that's going to be one down. He clears the angle to the left. Ralph continues to pre-fire, and he's going to punish Silas, who made a great attempt. But Regnum Kaya is not done. They continue to push up. Team Falcons need to be ready.
2 players down now to a nade on the off angle from Yangon Galacticos, and more are pouring in over the top. A huge punishment over towards Regnum Kaya, and they are obliterated in the basin there. Wild crawling back to the rest of his team, and by that I mean just Loxy, who remains standing for Regnum Kaya, trying to keep things going. Novalo can be rezzed here, and the Falcons could be playing on with 4. Yangon Galacticos, they pull back, but they draw them in to a death spiral.
It's a question of what Loxy can do. I like the aggression. I think Regnum Kaya Falcons, they were opposite of each other a little bit too long. They said enough is enough. With that down, let's capitalize on it, but it was just a little bit too slow. Falcons were able to recover, but Loxy, the solo from Regnum Kaya, can still hurt Falcons tremendously. Let's not forget, Falcons, they are that bubble team. They are right there in 8th place. Their spot in the finals is not guaranteed. There are so many teams nipping on their heels, trying to pass them, trying to knock the home team out, and it's still very doable. So Falcons, this win, a higher placing is critical.
1 nade over the top, no knocks. Another, the last in the back pocket for Smile. He's going to invest it here. Ralph is healing, but will it be quick enough? Not quite there, and he does find the knock. Yangon Galacticos unlikely to push out to flush it out though here. They will allow this res to come through. Actually, more nades being passed on over. Smile wants to put this one to bed, but Redox is going for the res. The question is, where does he put it? Could maybe take out Loxy with it instead.
Yangon Galacticos, they don't want to push out there. You've got the unknown Loxy, who you don't know where he's currently at. You know he's in this vicinity. You've also got Falcons ready for you, but for Loxy, trying to do what Silas could not do. Push up and take down the roster with the surprise attack. The nade is cooking. Falcons are pushing. They know where Loxy's at. Shotgun out, but no effect. Regnum Kaya are out, and it will be Falcons continuing to push on.
They push out at the end of the chopstick here, and Yangon Galacticos, I think they may be out of nades now. Not really too many more to play with. The nade bobbles in, but Smile's not up at the windowsill. Falcons have to push up, and they have to push now. Alpha 7 getting cut out by the blue zone. Koa first up into the meat grinder, and Yangon Galacticos hold their nerve. They draw back and back and back, and every single step they take backwards, they find a player running towards them. They're able to farm up those points and push in towards those top 8. But in the meantime, it's Noxium Red Force who have been chilling for the longest time out on the south side.
Top 2, Noxium Red Force, a big win would put them comfortably within the top, or potentially edging closer to top 3. But anyways, with the point standings, most likely going to the finals, this is imperative, an imperative victory they take for Yangon Galacticos, also a team that is very close to the bubble, just 1 point ahead of Team Falcons. A win here would also separate them from the other teams nipping at their heels, but they've got the blue zone. They've got to push up, and Noxium Red Force are ready to mow them down.
Romeo turns the corner, hits the deck, stays safe from Doc C for just a moment longer. The smokes have to come through as Noxium Red Force are closer to the center of the circle. This pace needs to be coming out from Yangon Galacticos, and Say Cloud's going to breach out into the open. This is bold and very, very dangerous coming through. Needs to stay safe, folds back into the smoke here. and looks to unleash a little bit more, step him a little bit closer to this Smile, playing on the south side of the building, and these shots aren't connecting for Yangon Galacticos. They still have nades and mollies and everything to play with.
Yangon Galacticos very exposed out in the open at the moment. They continue to push up through the smokes. The nades are going to hurt. Say Cloud is going to be down. That's going to put Yangon Galacticos with just 2 members. Smile also gone. Is this a victory for Noxium Red Force to add up to the total where they currently stand? And yes, it will be. Noxium Red Force will take the victory. They dominate in fashion, and that is so critical because it puts them well within the top 5 and well on their way to grand finals.
There are over 70 points now for 4 of our teams: Fireflux, E-Arena, Power Esports, Aura Esports as well. They are on 71 or higher points. That puts them safe over that threshold. As long as they can keep this pace, they may have done enough already, but it's teams like Noxium Red Force who now are at 61 points after that match, where they will feel a lot safer. As the camera pans over Alpha 7, they didn't do enough that match to put themselves back in the conversation. Sure, it wasn't a 1-point game, but they are still down towards the bottom half fairly solidly, and they still have such a long way to go. They need to keep themselves together. You can see he's even missing the camera shots sometimes. Revo has been good with it, but will they be good enough? That is the question. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to get on with the rest of the day. To do that, we're going to head to a break. We'll be back with our final Erangel of the survival stages. Make sure that you stay tuned.
This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
while, it felt very calm in that compound for Nongshim Red Forces. They were sleeping, waiting for the rest of the lobby to come to them. And they do what Korea does best. They sit in that compound. They're able to get the victory. Good stuff for them here on Erangel, near the chopsticks, near Gatka, doing the business. We've got 7, as well as Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, this was Nongshim doing what they do great, which is waiting for the rest of the lobby to come their way and capitalize on it.
Sometimes that's all you need to do.
Yeah.
It really is. Why do anything different? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the saying, and I think they adhered to that really, really well. I will say they would not have won if it wasn't for those incredible roof angles, because that initial nade coming in over to Yangon behind the bale was amazing, and that just turned the tide completely, because Yangon, I still think, could have done something with that, right? They were trying to be maneuverable, trying to be mobile, but that one nade just was like, okay, game over. So a very, very nice sort of end game for them, and 7 eliminations is actually a little bit more than I thought they got, but 17 points, it's a good win.
Good stuff. But Yangon could have had 100 smokes, but the fact that Nongshim Red Force had like 400, 556, as well as all that util 7, it was going to be very difficult for them to make any transition.
Yeah, for Nongshim, I mean, they had nades, and for Yangon too, they've been fighting 2 different teams at that point, so they really didn't have that much left. On top of that, just having to now rotate from the fight between, they were having Regnum Karya, Falcons, having to focus on Nongshim Red Force. It was just going to be a little bit too much for that squad. But I'm going to be looking here towards the bottom. I was actually a bit surprised about Hora overcommitting to a third party between Power and Influence Rage. That was a bit surprising for me, because I felt like they could have just taken their time and just paced it out a little bit longer. Instead, they just saw a fight, they saw an opportunity, they went for it, and it ends up backfiring.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game as well. A lot really focused on these compounds, as well as the chopsticks and how this all does go down, because realistically speaking, Neptura, this is such an open area. If you don't have one of these compounds, if you don't have a chopstick to live in for a while and then get a 3rd or a 4th place, it's going to be hard for everyone else.
That's just the name of the game when it comes to these field zones, isn't it, though? I mean, I think some teams are more used to playing them than others, Falcons being one of them, but they did opt for the chopsticks. It was an interesting rotation actually coming in from Falcons. I want to talk a little bit about that, because Regnum were gatekeeping them on the north side, and I really just felt like actually the Falcons didn't do much. They kind of just stood in front of Regnum and didn't rotate somewhere else. They were like, are we going to push it? Are we not? And for me, I just thought that was just way too long, because it gave Regnum a chance, possibly, to actually come up with a plan of how to take out Falcons completely, right? Gives them time to get that setup going. I'd have much preferred 7 if Falcons had actually rotated down to the eastern side. There's either chopsticks or there's that ridge by the road. Both of those would have worked really well. In the end, they did end up doing that, as did Regnum, but for me, I was like, well, it's a bit dicey.
I kind of disagree with that, because at that point, you had Yangon Galacticos just holding down chopsticks, and then on top of that, you have Regnum Karya and Falcons just trying to find a way. I was actually impressed by the way Falcons was playing that. I really enjoyed that way that they were able to push it, and it's something that I was talking with Max backstage as well during that match, is the way that they were pushing up, using that utility to their advantage. And in regards to just them wanting to rotate south, it was going to be a bit harder, because you still had AXTMG at that point. So I think the scouting came into play there for Falcons, and they ended up making the right decision.
It's tough, though, because you're circle side, right? So you've got a timer above your head. All the pressure is on you to make the right decision. So it's by the by here. Let's actually head over to Barney now, who is ready on the stage, actually, with Team Vision after they had a great game, too.
Welcome back to the main stage here at the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Never Alone joining me from Team Vision. Never Alone, we've got to talk about Map 2. It was such a huge potential turning point for you guys in the survival stage. 13 eliminations, 19 points in total. That actually bumped you up to 10th place as well in our rankings. Give me kind of a breakdown of how you thought that map went. What was going well, what was going not so well? Because you secured a lot of points.
Yeah, so the preparation for the last day is to move quick, because we land like in the middle of the map, which is cool. So that's our game plan, and to scout like every place possible, and we got a good spot and we took advantage of it.
Well, you obviously need a really strong finish, or you need another one of those maps to secure more points, right? You got 1 Erangel, 2 Miramars left on the map. What are you thinking? Like, tell us your strategies, if you can tell us some, and how are you going to solidify your plot spot in the grand finals?
In terms of the last Erangel game, we will play fast as usual, but in Miramar it's difficult to play fast. We will play like it depends, like on the zone, and we will like push and get kills as much as we can.
Keep it steady, keep it strong. I like it. Thank you so much, Never Alone. I really appreciate it. Best of luck in the last 3 maps, and we hope to see you in those grand finals. For now, back to you guys.
Thanks, Barney. Well, a big jump up from Vision after that game 2, of course, here. They're going to need a little bit more, though, here in the survival stage. Let's move to another team, of course, Yangon. Obviously, they get themselves to second place here. It's a good second place. They had quite a bit of that compound for quite a while in that game. What are you thinking, Seven?
I'm even rewinding back. I'm going back to how they were even able to get there.
Sure.
They were trying to just rotate into the main island through that western bridge, and Fireflex was just holding it down. So they made the right choice by going towards the eastern bridge and just going on a full wrap. One thing that I really enjoyed about this team of how they were able to take control of that chopsticks area was Romeo. Romeo was doing some amazing scouting. He was making sure he got in the right spot too. He noticed that nobody was going to be there in chopsticks, and then he kind of gave the call for everybody else to crash in.
I'm surprised they went into second place, yes, but with as few elims as they did, because I thought they popped off a lot more than just 6 eliminations, but I totally agree with you, Seven. I think they played that phenomenally. It was very proactive, and it was very sort of thinking ahead of everything, which I really, really enjoyed from them.
All right, with only 3 more games remaining, let's check in with where the damage is being done. As we have, of course, our top 8 at the moment here. Currently, Team Falcon sits in that 8th place position. For some of these top teams, they're done. They know that they are going to be going through into that grand finals. And the question now remains here, with them being probably very comfortable, Neptura, do they now start exerting themselves on the rest of the lobby, or one particular team in particular? What do you think?
On the Miramar, yes.
You think so, just on the Miramar?
On the Miramar. I with as close as these points are, I would be a little bit scared of doing anything drastic in the last Erangel. I want one more good game before I start doing anything crazy.
Fair. Well, of course, as we say, Team Falcon's very much in the danger zone. That could mean catastrophe for them when it comes to points.
You can mention Team Falcons. I'm actually getting scared for Regnum Karya. We haven't been able to see much out of this squad, a team that's usually able to get the eliminations. Only currently, I mean, you can see the eliminations are there. It just comes down to those placement points, and it kind of comes down to what we saw in the last match. They were just being a bit too passive. It's not the Regnum Karya that I'm used to seeing.
It does feel for me when I look at those points, probably top 5, as long as nothing catastrophic occurs, should be safe. So maybe going into these next 3 games, there might be 3 positions open here as we take a look on further down. Alpha 7 moves up 1 place during all of this, but it's looking dicey here, Neptura, for these teams.
And the thing is that with all of those teams, we're not seeing anything different from them.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We've got 3 games left now. We're halfway through the day, and none of them have done anything. And I hate to be so brutally honest, because I love a lot of these teams that are on here, but they're not doing anything. Do something.
Where's the sticky mode?
Where's the stick? Honestly.
Yeah, they're going to have to do quite a bit to try and jump on up right here, because I think obviously teams like Falcons are going to try and defend their position and see how everything goes. For now, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the main stage where Barney and Veracity are ready to go for a halftime.
Veracity. Okay. You know what we're going to have to do? It's getting heated out here, right? So I'm going to call a truce because we need to focus up. I don't want to see any of these floorboards moving, okay? Because it's getting very important out here. 8 teams are going to be sent home after the next 3 maps. So let's talk about the opening 3 maps of the day. We had back-to-back chicken dinners from E-Arena and then Nongshim Red Force securing the 3rd. Impressive.
Impressive to say the least, but the thing that we're really focusing in on, Barney, is our overall standings. Fireflux Esports walked away with 2 top 3 victories so far today, in itself impressive. We then had Power Esports, a bit of a middle-of-the-pack performance, but as you mentioned, E-Arena, what an astounding showing from them. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Whew, it's looking pretty good.
It is looking good. We've also got to talk about the teams that are on the brink of elimination, right? 9th, 10th, and 11th spot. Influence, Rage, Team Vision, and R8 Esports. All really need to pull something together for these next 3 maps. But also, speaking of make or break, it's Alpha 7. They've got to pull it together.
One thing is for certain, Barney, myself, everybody watching at home, and certainly all of the teams here had a giant target on their back of Alpha 7, but unfortunately they've not been able to really give us what we were hoping for. Only time will tell whether or not they'll be able to pull it out the bag this time around for match number 4. It is now or never. It is do or die. Let's get the show on the road.
Thank you very much, Jasmine, and of course the wonderful Barney Banks down on the stage. It is myself, Jackie, joined by the one, the only Blancamus Prime. How you doing, bro?
It's me, Blancamus Prime. I'm in my prime time here to watch these players shine.
That's a rhyme.
Yeah, we're on the grind.
And there will need to be some point-based crimes out there on the battleground today, of course, as we are getting close towards the curtain call for the survival stage. And man, it has been intense already today. We've seen some players that look incredibly frustrated, some squads that are looking to excel, and it all really comes down to these final 3 games of day 2 of the survival stage here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, there's a perfect metaphor right there for the Falcons as well. It's like for the 3 players, and Ralph, Redux, and Koa, they're all playing the game on the phone. Not Valo. He's knocked.
Yeah.
Specking.
The Observer. They've got to fix that.
Yeah. I think he does give his life for the cause a lot of times, though. So
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. And hey, look,
he's practicing, though.
It's been a better kind of day of it, you know?
It has been a better day.
But like we say, mate, obviously it all really comes down to this. Other teams do have the possibility to lap you. We've seen certainly the bar rising inside of this lobby. 16 teams going in, only 8 will make it out. You can see the overall rankings right now from the first half of the day. This is the midway point, though, and it's only going to get more and more intense.
Fireflux at the top. Sort of surprising for me, actually. 88 points, which is a fantastic average to be finding, almost a 10-point average during these matches. I think overall, really, really well done to Fireflux. I do think Scarface has been a big influence for them. Though on the other hand of things, there has been a couple of throws today, right? There's been a couple of moments where you feel like they could do a lot better. I mean, Quarry, 4 players alive, all the space in the world, all of a sudden down to just the 3.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. Overall, though, man, I think, you know, what we've really defined, at least, over the course of this first half of day 2 has been the clear disparity between some of our teams. That bottom half of the lobby towards the upper echelons. There's a couple of teams that could still push and upset the rankings, specifically towards place 8. But we'll come back to that. Let's focus up. Plane paths in. We got the zone as well. We can dial in for this game, Blank.
Playing straight drifting right now.
Yeah, it does that. It does that.
Yeah.
Keeps you guessing. It's like a skateboard.
Pretty good. It's going for the old 500x grind on the path, but we're heading over towards the east side. Yangon Galacticos very over towards the center. 61 points as we head up towards 5th and upwards, around about that 70-point region. Team Falcons still in trouble in 8th, but it is a little bit of a drop down right over towards Influence Rage with 47 points. For Alpha 7 Esports, we're not going to talk about them all that much. They don't have a lot. They don't have long.
No. It would need to be a meteoric rise, and you know, then you also need the teams above you to really struggle and absolutely fumble the bag for them to be able to make it back in. And of course, you think about the major talking point that comes with that. If they do not make it out, which at the minute seems like a very real possibility, we will have a guaranteed new champion crowned this year.
Absolutely. Now we take a look at the middle side of the bracket, because I think that is probably most important for us to take a look at. It will be fantastic when we get through to the end of the day and we can crown the winners of the survival stage, who will have the privilege of whacking those keys in the old grinder. But if we look towards that middling section, which is the main contention point, right, for who's going through into the grand finals and who will be leaving us. It is that drop-off, 59 down to 47, but it's not massively different between 8th and 6th place. You know, 61 down to 59. It's not crazy. I think for Fireflux, it will be very hard to knock them off their podium alongside E Arena. I think that they have done quite a lot so far, and they would have to have a horrendous day to finish things off, as well as an incredible pursuit from the teams behind.
Yeah. It's been classic power as well, where it feels like the minute they're in the survival stage, that true sort of might of the team is put on display. They thrive in these kind of lobbies. We've seen that. It's been far more aggressive. You can see them on screen now. Again, the talent on this team, you know, it feels like Easy's been really instrumental to a lot of the setups, and Al Haji as well. You can't think of power without this man.
Yeah, you can't, honestly. I think for me personally, Easy been a bit more of a factor throughout this tournament so far, at least in the survival stage. I think Al-Haji's great, and they certainly lose a lot of that confident demeanor when Al-Haji goes down. But it is easy to make a lot of those calls. He's the one who seems the most animated when it comes to watching them over on their desk, in their booths.
He's just looked very crisp with the gun skill as well, which goes the extra mile, mate, in these kind of lobbies. Oh, hang on a minute. Already some action coming our way. Close quarters engagement with Silas starting it off on the peak up. Bullet from the backline though, so Vision giving as good as they get and trying to at least turn them back around. Forced to bail out on that one with the initial crash not kicking off the way they wanted it to. If they got that opening knock, maybe it would have been a different story. Instead, you deviate further back, play off the cover.
Good decision from Regnum Karya. I think when you get towards the end of the day here and you realize you're on the cusp, right? You're almost falling off that edge there. I think that's the smart decision to make. You don't want to go down too early in this one. I think they could have maybe pushed the issue if they were feeling a bit more comfortable towards the top side of the lobby. But here, I would say that's the right move. You're getting shot from an angle you have no clue where that angle is either. So you just make the quick getaway, especially getting tapped for 70 damage as well. So well played the Vault. Definitely sends them back off that position with a triumphant shot.
This is where those more influential decisions of knowing when to call it quits on a fight as well is really going to come in the early game. You'll see the difference in decision making for all these teams. You know, Nongshim Red Force again there, they catch whiff of power immediately. You do not want to run the risk of not being able to really keep accruing points inside of this matchup with the last few games of the day. So just bail out on it early. Think about the bigger picture. No reason to stay around. Both of those teams in similar positions, 75 and 71 points between the both.
There's still opportunity for a crazy run-up. I mean, Influence Rage get themselves like a 20-point game or more, suddenly be in the running for sending upwards, and could be that case where Nongshim Red Force, as we saw in the final day of groups, slips away. And it was post-game 3 where that started to occur. So for Nongshim Red Force, I do think that right now, aim of the game should be placements. Sometimes that idea of pulling things back a little bit can come back to haunt you, though. In that desperate moment of let's just make it to the end game, let's just get those points, you're leaving games with 1 or 2 points, getting towards a 7th place, but with only the 1 elimination, doesn't really cut it as much as it used to.
Yeah, won't realistically cut the mustard this late into the survival stage.
R8, very, very close to Alpha 7. Already ahead of them in the rankings. Want to stay that way and at least go home with a little bit of pride, a little bit of reputation. They could go for a hunt down over towards Alpha 7, but I'm pretty sure they're quite clear on their position. A little nod over. We'll push it back, but Ida actually heading further this way. Not allowing Alpha 7 to get away without a little bit of a sniff coming through from R8.
There's a quick pit stop with some bullets back over from Revo, at least to establish some fire their way. And of course, they can move off on this one. Again, these opening moments is going to be a little bit more timid. I want to run those risks of going down early, so no overcommit. Get the Falcons POV as well. A team that currently is in 8th place, but of course, like we've alluded to, it's not that different. The points above and below could be lapped. They've got to play consistent from this point forward still.
They had a good change of pace yesterday, in my opinion. Towards the end of the day, making much more aggressive rotations. I was a bit disappointed earlier today looking at the Sandhawk. Up until the moment when they made a pretty bold rotate through. I wish those rotates would come a little bit sooner, or at least give themselves a springboard closer to those areas earlier in the game, but they are being much more confident to make those plays. Now I'm hoping that now you're getting closer and closer and you see that finish line on the horizon. That doesn't worry them too much. Right now they are passing by Nongshim Red Force, at least the backline of them. Kino Trope not too far behind either. You got intense game over towards that south side as you saw, and we head over towards the eastern area of the map.
Intense game. Potentially they might actually run in to the Yangon Galacticos squad. Yangon, that I will say, I think again today it's been a better sort of decision making with the pace. They've been playing a little bit quicker, not really pulling their punches so much. Feels like their team's got a ton of talent. Like we were seeing it in some of the fights they were getting stuck into yesterday, right? You know, they were able to actually go head to head with some of the better teams in the lobby. And they're in a good spot, man. If they keep this up again, you know, we were seeing there is certainly a lot of potential. They could make it out, keep this run alive. Distance firefight on this one's with the Falcons catching vision back over towards Kino Trope. That was the late flank in that you brought up. A couple bullets fired out that way.
My only issue with Yangon Galacticos is just the variance in ability. Right? There's multiple times where we've seen them either get like a massive game or go out fairly quickly with not much more than the whimper. And I think that's my issue with Yangon Galacticos, is not quite consistent enough for me, where it's even now hard to make a full read on them. But you're right in the sense that there is potential there, right? The ceiling on that team's quite high. Unfortunately, a lot of times they're lower down towards the bottom floor.
More literally here towards the bottom floor. Clearing out towards the bunker side, Sky's POV, Horror Esports. Again, a team that you could probably paint with a bit of a similar brush there. Feels like there is a ton of talent. Obviously, they've been really warming up again as well. Tied right now, 71 points between them and Nongshim Red Force.
It's been good.
Oh, yeah.
I think we had like a lot of, in fact, I think most of the teams that went through to the finals absolutely deserved it. I do think, obviously, the big question marks for a lot of people were Falcons and Alpha 7, but I personally don't think they played well enough in those group stages to even have a chance to get towards the grand finals, personally. I think both teams absolutely do belong here in the survival stage to reprove their worth. If anything, I think Falcons are almost appreciative of the extra time they get to figure out what their playstyle is going to be going forward. We even heard Revo talking about it, saying that, you know, something's got to change. Something has to change. We've got to figure it out. I think for Falcons, there are clear areas that could do with improvement. For Alpha 7, on the other hand, it's a bit of a puzzle. A bit more of a puzzle of what's going wrong on that team.
Yeah, he keeps you guessing an awful lot more in reality. But hey, like we said, you know, we'll sort of keep up to date with how it's going for them over the course of these last 3 games. But at the minute, they're in very dire straits. On the bridge crossing down towards Yangon Galacticos, we did see a fight from the backline there from E-Arena. E-Arena that have been looking absolutely stalwart in today's gameplay once again. Great rotations, taking chicken dinners, heads-up calls. It's looked fantastic to watch. Regnum Caria once again making their appearance on the broadcast here. Down towards R8, of course. Set up in the tree line, quick vision over. Top 6 looking for the shots. Meanwhile, backstab there onto the Falcons. It's a bit of a hybrid fight. 3 teams going up against each other. Power Falcons and intense game.
Yeah, Falcons just losing one right off the bat. I mean, they're able to find one Elim back their way. The Fireflux playing, I would call kind of 2022 European gameplay here, which is just very central every single game. They're not being punished too much for it. We moved over to more of a edge style in the past, but that's ever changing, is that meta of how teams want to expand out towards the outer edges or keep it cut over towards the center. And it's really just picking your moments of when you want to go for that one. For right now, Fireflux has had some fairly good rotations to get here, fairly clean. Some good homework's been coming through on their end too, in terms of picking those rotations and when they can go for them. For the Falcons, on the other hand, it is just a case of going for those rotations and making the clear decision from everyone on that team to follow on it. The Falcons down to 3 now. This would be a good game to get further up those steps inside of the leaderboard, see themselves a bit more safe going forward. Gamax currently over towards the eastern side of this circle, but still fairly central. The Down towards Milt is where I'm most worried for a lot of teams. Crunching through that area of the map, not always easy. E-Arena currently right on the backlines of it, though. Likely one of the first teams to find troubles getting out from here, especially because Yangon Galacticos know their location, and Alpha 7's expecting a team to make that wrap through the fields on the eastern side.
Yeah, they had the double hovercraft when they were able to bonnet away the solo player from Yangon Galacticos. Since then, one of them was blown up. Still got some vehicles to work with, though, and have been advancing further forward. Squash is the one just peeking out the top floor window, trying to get a read on the lay of the land as they make their move over. Nongshin Red Force down in the compound here as well. Quick peek up towards the ridge side. Doxy, seeing if he can spot them out.
Random Car is a team that I'm definitely looking at. 7th place, but I think they're a team that should be going through, or should be at least hoping to make it through. I don't think it's a bad team whatsoever. Loxy, Wild, Silas, all very strong in their own right. Toshpix had a good addition to the squad. And it's been close each time, right? Even in those group stages, it was close. They got knocked out in the final game when they were playing at I think it was 7th place. And it was Thunder Talks and was it DRX or... which team was it that managed to get ahead of them? Either way, it was Ida.
Yes.
Ida, there we go. Ida was able to overlap them as well in that final game. It was only a few points here and there. So for Regnum Karya, this is a team that I expect to make it through the survival stage, but in 7th place, it does look a little bit shaky.
Yeah, we get the push in here from Kinotrope. Ooh, shots in the back line. Good from Ketch for the opening damage.
Easy.
Scarface is up close to clean up as well, so the Bizons put to good use, accrue those points, and just leave the one man who's running through the tree line to try and close the gap between them. Horrific position to be left into. Yeah, so kind of just trapped there.
Yeah. It's nice as well. I think that Ketch is seeing how Scarface is playing and pretty much having that notion of, I can't sit on the back lines anymore. I used to be the star on this team, and I've got to bring that energy back again. I think he has been doing very well to support Scarface here. I think right now they're the 2 highest damage players in this lobby, with Ketch actually taking the 1st place there, which is really nice. Sometimes you do need to have a teammate step it up to give you that extra kick to be like, okay, I need to do my teammate proud.
This is a messy one. Horror with the split. Behind the rock and up on top of the ridge with Vision. In the middle of the gulch there. Nades being thrown out from either side. Fair amount of damage translated onto either one of the teams. Smoke to play with, tucked in. Sleepy looking to try and engage from this, but quick peek from Marcelo over the top of the smoke. And he's able to grab that one. No fear going down to the follow-up nade as well, so it's really looking rough for Horror. And in come Noxian Red Force, able to dive on top of this. Doxy now. Going to see what he can steal away. The nade could be absolutely massive as well. Close quarters engagement on this one. Into the back, it detonates. And Vision are being blinded by the shrapnel. Oh, this is brutal.
It gave Horror a slight opportunity to get away from this as well. Doxy on the top side will find one with a very clean spray down. Using the UMP here, now just Volt remaining. Sensibly the best player on this squad. Looking to finish off Horror at least. Caused them such problems in the past. And it's not a fun area to play this around Shelter. You have a lot of these positions that sit around, which is not always the most comfortable bits of cover. You can't fully commit underneath into the Shelter underground because you lack information, you lack knowledge. Someone can send over towards you and then just hold you out with nades or even vehicles to block the stairways. It's unenjoyable.
It's quite an elongated bout between them as well. I mean, Volt's been trying to find an off angle to peek back round. Ooh, did Tizzy spot him on the angle there, trying to peek back down? Got Tizzy on the ridge side, peeks up into it. Yeah, Tizzy knew. He'll shut down Volt, so that's Vision removed. Obviously in 10th place going into this one. No chance to really build themselves further up the standings. And Fireflux could still guard towards that as well when Nonshin have to reposition. Meanwhile, we get the fight in here between R8 and AX. Nades over the top, vehicles in play.
We push back down towards the south. It's an unfortunate assumption there coming through from Henry. I think he tried to at least go for a decent nade behind the tree. And I think that without the little information, it was pretty well placed, honestly, if the player was there. Ida finding Zizzy. Horror does finally go down to Doxy, and Nongshin Red Force on a bit of a tear here, despite, you know, probably going down to R8 in the next couple of moments. I still think a 7 Elim game is very good. And it will just keep them up towards the top side of the lobby. Power did lose one earlier, if we remember. E-Arena manages to get quite far through, at least with a couple of players, but Power immediately will snap down on top of them.
Yangon pushing up. Sakura close towards the action, but it's Mormon that throws out the first stone. Dive over the top as well with the movement, assisted by his teammate, Sakura. Smooth moves for the battle back, and they're able to handle themselves quite nicely on that one. Even with the shots now raining in from Power, looking to snatch away some of those points. Even Revo chiming in. So Alpha 7 from the side, spotting an opportunity and looking to try and seize onto it. Romero, this is absolutely horrific, has to jump into the hovercraft, try and top himself back up, and look for some sort of getaway.
Yeah, I think Romeo's in a pretty tough position. Right. I'm not sure how you get out of this one. I think the hovercraft will at least give them some capability, a little bit of a defense. E-Arena will send down. Sakura just slumped down on the side seating, and he will get popped out of there, and it will be over as Power picks up a couple more eliminations on their high ground position, which is very nice down towards the south side, and they can kind of cull a lot of the teams on the south. Alpha 7 playing this patient split over towards the east and have yet to lose a player. A lot of action over towards that north side as R8 slowly works their way down. Influence Rage did take a knock, so there is information there for them, and AX could get involved. They know roughly where these players are. In comes R8 though, and Influence Rage need to respond, but players are nowhere nearby to help out at this Wizard Tower. Mark goes in, finds one. Diego left in an uncomfortable 1v3.
So easy on the cleanup. Straight in at his limit for that one, and dispatches both of them. And like you said, there's no real room to trade off with one another as well, with how fragmented Influence Rage was, and with the majority of the teams that are going down being top heavy in the standings. This is opening up opportunities for a squad like R8 to keep building from this one. So being able to at least find what they need in the moment, but Ida from the sideline gets hit by AX that are now pushing up onto it. Laura's in as well, taking a face now with their attention turned. The bonnet of Arian, that's going to connect back onto R8.
Yeah, at least like that from AX, who decide to get involved on that. They saw the fighting happening. Fireflux have made their way over towards this western side and looking to sweep on through. Ketch already find the first over towards Lorazin on the Molotov. Now looking for a little bit more here. They're continuing to rack up those points and see themselves further solidified over towards that first place spot. Currently running with 93 points to the 79 from E-Arena on this game. Gamax Judo finding Carrillo. This is happening multiple times. Gamax are able to find the shots over toward Alpha 7. A proper nemesis on their hands. It's Turkey versus Turkey, though.
Regnum Karia up close onto Fireflux. Silas firing off shells from the DBS. Good damage done. Meanwhile, the Elim feed showing us the tail between Alpha 7 and Gamax. Scarface with a quick reposition. The Orgle hit heavy. Another man down. Sideline shots as well from AX. Still third partying.
Man, is that Regnum Kaya just down and out there? Yes, it is. Fireflux brings the heat straight to them. They can hold this team under. R8 still holding versus Influence Rage as well as intense game. Fireflux as well as Regnum Kaya go down in mutual destruction.
Nate's out. Intense game. Almost on target there. A little bit of chip damage, but not enough to blow them away. A little bit of cover to work with on this ridge side with a slight lip. Ooh, good tag, peeks up off the back of it. Prestige sees them sprinting in. Wants to get the knock onto the low HP players, but the sideline shots, it's always AX. Right now, they're the ones popping up, finding prime opportunities to at least steal away a couple points here and there. The big dive in from Rafa's good. R8 are finished off because of it, but AX are still in position to make it even more uncomfortable. That's another knock back over. Rafa gets one before he falls.
I mean, AX has been doing great work from this north side, just watching down this way. They've been ever present, ever watching over towards them. Now Valo with a dangerous peek coming through here. Falcons do move up underneath Power, using them as almost bodyguards. This slight ridgeline that runs through it looks good. Romeo sends on over. We'll find one of the players from Alpha 7, but it's just a knock that's easily res back up again. And right now they claim a lot of space, but in comes the Falcons off the back of a knock as well. This looks not so great for Alpha 7.
Oh, you've got to be quick to handle this one. Up close and personal, Koa biting at them. He's able to find the first dive over the top as well. Follow-up shots coming through. Backstab from Ragnar as Power able to find some damage. Close range molly thrown in as well. Trying to commit onto those knock players, but they don't want to over-egg it. You've got Carrillo further up the ridge side.
No, what are you doing?
Looking to assist. The team nade thrown in. It's uncomfortable, and Koa is on his last legs because of it.
Man, Navallo, what was that, dude? Now, this could be a nice bouncer coming through from Ralph, but he sends it too far over, and the crazy golf maneuver's not happening. Another airburst, and surprisingly, Alpha 7's managed to get their players back up again. There's a big one from Koa. Once again, this guy is just carrying the team.
Single-handedly, Koa is making the difference for the Falcons right now, through thick and thin, even when it's his own team, making it uncomfortable. They do at least dive in. All of the knocks confirmed. You've only got the one man up on the rich side for Alpha 7, looking to at least try and hold them back. But Falcons do win out on that one. They turn their attention round towards Power that are starting to rotate.
That's madness. Koa's basically in a 1v2 team situation there. Playing against his own teammates and Alpha 7. Unbelievable stuff. But what a nade. Very, very nice. I mean, Ralph at least opens up the way for the crazy golf maneuver off the back of the tree. Not quite a hole-in-one, but they'll take a bogey.
AX up close. Not going to be able to win out on that one versus Intense Game. Devotee goes down, but Power Esports have caught whiff of this. They're making their move up. 3 nades to play with for Al Haji. He can dash those in whilst the squad sets up from the side. Carrillo further out as well. Silence, realizing that he's being pushed on, primes one of his own.
Intense Game, 2 players here. Silence been quite effective over the last day. In comes the Falcons. Ralph first to face over towards Carrillo. Alpha 7 getting pushed back multiple times. Tries to catch him on the corner. At least has his position on lockdown now.
The choreography in Carrillo has to be absolutely perfect on this. Navallo with a UMP, bait out shot on the corner, seeing if they're going to commit to the wide swing round. They've still got nades. That could be the difference. Al Haji, though, realizing this is a prime time opportunity to backstab onto the Falcons. He pulls up to the party, up close and personal. Carrillo goes down. Goodbye, Alpha 7, as Navallo makes the move. Nade in as well. Pedrino from Intense Game starting to barrage bullets down. Al Haji commits with a burst. Falcons blown away.
Big redemption coming through from Navallo there as well, and the Falcons will absolutely take that, which pushes them further up the tables now, which is very, very nice. It feels less desperate going into our final 2 games. But Power, we were talking about them earlier, they step it up in those survival stages. When times get desperate, they make it happen.
And with the communication looking so clean on this one, the rotates have been good, the engagements have always been in their favor. A 3-2 split in the battle of attrition, the final 2 squads here. This could be another massive game for Power. Keep them building up the rankings. And like we said, they thrive in the survival stage. They don't just survive blank, and they're showing that once again this year.
Now look at the finish off. Intense Game. Over towards the lumberyard. Power looking to hack through them. We'll see if they can call timber, or if Intense Game can stand tall like the Oaks in Canada.
Call them the Redwoods. you will be red with anger if they're able to close the gap. That's what they're setting up for. Attention from Silence onto Al-Haji. Tucks himself in behind the tree. Nade primed out, low on health for Dan. Able to at least get right where he needs to be. Put that DPS in lethal range. See if he can get this connection. Fragment the players. Intense game would be able to be shot from the sideline. Debating whether or not he wants to engage. Onto his teammate of Padrino though from further away. Battling over the top side. Ooh. Silence drops in. The shot fires out. Ears ringing for Fahiden. He tucks in. Running. Not ready. The backstab's there. He's able to grab one. Padrino with the response. It's good.
Al-Haji will find him though. Padrino versus Al-Haji, and one more. Will be an incredible 1v2, but it's not going to be easy. Al-Haji up towards the rocks. And that's power. Take themselves a chicken dinner, looking more like Bear Grylls in these final moments. True survivors here on our stage. Intense game, weren't quite able to hold it out. A tree with more bark than it had bites. Unfortunately, they're in the end, but it's Falcons who get themselves a nice couple of points there, removing Alpha 7 and dooming them further down the tables.
That one was an awkward fight to remember, but it's anything but uncomfortable for Power. Al-Happy makes another appearance, and of course he's looking animated. The entire team having a very different aura around them than what we saw in the group stage. Far better to witness, but the other side of the coin, of course, is Alpha 7. The frustration's been there, even in moments where it feels like they can almost make it work. Falcons having some internal turmoil. But hey, man, it's better than it could have been.
It is. I mean, to be fair to Navallo, I think he certainly redeems himself versus Carrillo there towards the end game. But in the meantime, we're going to head over towards a short break before we're joined back again on the desk.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Well, the lights never go out as Power illuminates Riyadh again here and gets themselves another Erangel on the board. Great stuff by them to be able to take out this Lumberhill Yard finish. And I've got 7, as well as Neptura, to talk about this. Power is basically confirming themselves in the grand finals here, Neptura.
They really are. I mean, they're doing what we've seen time and time again from them. I really like that this is a formula that is working, and so they're just using it. Picking apart a few teams over on the edge side in the mid-game, just kind of creating a little bit of space, waiting, holding back, and then when somebody's busy, just come in and control the whole circle. It works. It's a strategy that's working for them, and they're really using it to their advantage. I mean, 18 points on the board. Like you said, I think we're kind of looking at them being a finalist team here.
I agree with that. I think for this team, I mean, they had the compound for the longest time too, which kind of allowed them for everybody else just to fight it. 18 points is what you want to see. I'm a little bit scared though from some of the teams that we're not seeing towards this first page, which is going to be Regnum Karya. That's a team that earlier when we saw the overall, they just were very close to that 8th place. Same with Team Falcons. I feel like this was a much better game out of this team, and I really enjoyed how quickly they were able to react to Alpha 7's push to the last player of Yangon Galacticos. But I did not enjoy that fight.
Well, we'll get to that. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here. For some of these teams like Arena, for example, I think that they know that they've pretty much done what they need to do. But again, a little bit uncharacteristic for Random Carrier to... I felt like they had a good day one here, Neptura, but nothing's really materialized. I thought it was going to materialize in this game, actually, considering the position in the circle alongside the hillside here, but also not much really working for them.
I think it really just goes to show you that even if you have the position, if you don't do anything with it, nothing's going to really happen.
Oh, agreed, yeah.
And so it's like, I almost feel like they kind of think they've already made it, and so it's like, oh, we're just going to have a quiet day, and it's like,
no.
Oh, you got a lot of teams right next to you that think they haven't made it and are going to work very, very hard. So I would like to see a little bit more from them, but maybe, coming into that Miramar, they're more confident on Miramar. We could see a big thing from them.
For Regnum Karya, they ended in a fight with 2 different teams. They ended up against Fireflux, and then they just became overpowered by R8. R8 playing that wonderfully, which I'm hoping that it kind of continues, because I'm intrigued to see where R8 is going to end up being on the leaderboard.
Definitely so. As we take a look at some of the highlights from all of this, you can see some shots going towards Falcons towards the end. Falcons, of course, did survive for quite a long time in this game. However, we will watch back a very important fight, which feels like... do we even really start talking about it? Because it feels like both teams, Falcons and Alpha 7, are kind of in panic mode at the moment. Some of that fight between those two teams was a bit of a catastrophe.
It's just clown music in my head just over that whole fight. And I say that very lovingly as a huge fan of Falcons. Why? Just why? And I know I'm being very brutal here, but it has to happen at some point because you don't, when you're at this level, when you're as good as they are, as I know they are, Alpha 7 included, you do not miss that many nades. You do not get a full reset just to get naded. It doesn't happen. Where was Kirill? Where was he? He was at the top of the hill.
Here we are.
He did nothing.
So taking a look at this once again, Alpha 7 actually had quite a few players knocked down towards the bottom position here, 7, but nothing really was able to convert from it. They were concerned, I think, about the off angle of Carrillo, so don't want to really peek around it. But getting these bounces was pivotal, and it did not work.
Yeah, I mean, you could have just low tossed it on top of that. We have where's Maxman when you need him? This could have possibly been the Maxman grenade of the day because he almost ended up knocking his teammate. And where was Carrillo? Carrillo, in a way, even though he wasn't right there, I felt like he ended up making the right decision by just holding the high ground and hoping that if you do end up losing your teammates, guess what? At least you'll be able to maybe try to clutch up some extra placement points. But yeah, this back and forth was just crazy. I do also enjoy the reaction time out of Power. They saw this fight and they heard this fight going on for so long that at one point they were like, okay, you know what, we're gonna be keeping tabs on it and we're gonna end up just pushing forward towards you guys.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that they again are listening to the lobby, watching that lobby and going, hey, actually they're fighting, let's take advantage of this. They're taking a little bit too long over this as well. Something's going on there, they're struggling, let's take advantage of that struggle and actually prioritize us.
You can see towards the end of the game the reactions on the Alpha 7's faces as well. It is desperation time now because they're currently on, I think, 39 points, and the cut-off point for 8th place is 62 points. We are staring down the barrel here, 7, of losing our defending champions here at PMWC.
You're saying that like they still have a chance? In my head, like to be completely honest,
the trigger is about to be pulled.
Yeah, I feel like, and I even said at the beginning of the day, for Alpha 7 to even have a chance at being in the top 8, they would have to get the win, because now going into this fight, guess what? Even though Team Falcons create the tiniest of cushions, all those teams towards the top, I mean, Fireflux, we already saw it in this past match, especially earlier into the Erangel. They had a 1-1-1 split. That team just really didn't give a damn. They have nothing to lose. You're already in first place, and if you do end up maybe going to second place, you're still going to be going to grand finals, which is what they came here for. So Alpha 7 is going to have to figure something out.
As a team like Alpha 7, you would need to shore up your defenses arguably before those Miramars, right, Natura? Because some of these teams up towards the top that really understand that they could potentially be a threat. If they do turn on in that grand finals, they could quite easily try and hit where Alpha 7's going on Miramar.
It's entirely possible, which would really be unfortunate, because I will say, as much stick as we're giving Alpha 7 right now, in that game, in that last Erangel, A7 actually had some really nice rotations. Like, there was some nice splits, some nice rotations. You could see they were trying to get back to normal a little bit. If they get hot dropped on a Miramar, if they get targeted for whatever reason,
right,
and they don't get that chance, then they're in a lot of trouble.
Well, we were concerned Gamax was going to take them out there in that game as well. On the eastern side, right? They had 2 knocks on them. Once again, they'd already eliminated them when it came to what was going on in Sandhawk. So I know that we keep harking on about it, but this is important. This is our defending champion. This is a big deal.
I feel like, to just kind of recap everything that's going on here, you actually just said it best. You can just see that these players and these teams are just kind of grasping for something, especially when it comes down to Alpha 7. The push that they did on Yangon Galacticos, they had so much room to work with, and then decided to actually just go for a fight with just one player instead of just looking to control a big area for this squad. So just a questionable place, by the way. R8, my goodness. Can I just take a second to talk about this team a little bit more? Because they were just so impressive to me. This was a team, just like with Alpha 7, you were saying in the turn, you were saying the rotations were on point. This was a team that's just being aggressive. They're taking their future into their own hands. They were being aggressive. By the way, this comparison is R8 against Yangon Galacticos, a team that they're currently trying to hunt down for 8th place. And I really like the aggressiveness that I saw of RA in the last match.
Of course, this head-to-head brought you by the Saudi National Bank here between RA and Yangon Galacticos. I'm a bit impressed at how some of these teams have been able to try and ramp things up, but it's still do or die for both of them when it comes to that barrier position. And of course, you guys can be involved over at home as well whilst watching everything that's going on here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. The PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is now live in-game this weekend from August 1st to the 3rd. Log in and summon surprise airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner awards, permanent in-game items and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win, so get it going, guys, out there. Additionally, if you jump into the game now, you can vote for your favorite airdrop partner. You might even score some awesome surprise gifts from them, so don't delay, get that going. And Neptura now with Miramar on the cards, what are you looking out for?
Regnum Karya to actually do something a little bit more. I think Miramar's their map. They're going to do something.
They have to. They have to show up their defenses, right?
They do. Yeah.
Yeah?
Really, really do.
How about yourself, Seven?
I'm going to be looking at the squad that we were just looking at. I'm going to be looking at Influence Rage. Influence Rage coming into yesterday, after yesterday, I should say, the best maps that they ended up playing was those Miramars. That's when they were actually able to get 7th place, 2nd place with 7 eliminations. They need to back that up today, and today they've done just enough to maintain themselves. They're close to that top 8.
I have to pose the question, what are we going to see here on the desert? Thank you very much, guys. Now we head over to the casters for the penultimate match. One final opportunity with only Miramar on the line here to see if you can qualify to the grand final.
Power there, saying simmer down, simmer down. Let it build, Blank, let it build. And let's see what the results will start to look like, of course. 2 games remain at the end of the survival stage. If you want to stay up to date with all the action, why not head over to the official map feed as well? That's now live on PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube, so you can follow the action and stay up to date as it goes down to the nail-biting conclusion, Blank, and that's what we're going to be in store for.
To be some loco gameplay coming through.
Oh yeah,
from some of these teams to get towards the top, but it will have to be a madness. Some of these squads towards our top side in the top 8 will have to have a bit of a fail if they want to drop down here too much. We do have teams who are confirming themselves towards that top side, like what Nongshim Red Force did in that last game, able to get a lot of eliminations. They're not looking for those placement points. They're looking to just push those boundaries where they can. Power looks fantastic right now, and even Fireflux is looking a little bit worried that they might catch them on this next playing path that's coming through here over on Miramar. Slight change of pace here. Some teams are slightly better at this map than others. In the past, Alpha 7 has absolutely been phenomenal on Miramar. Yeah, they'll have to do that twice, actually.
Sort of never alone smiling there. Seems like the energy's good in the camp, but will the results be even better for them? They've had some near misses, some uncomfortable games where it felt like a what if. They could have squeezed more out of it today, Blank, but I think that really has been the issue. Each time it's resulted in it not being enough for them. 11th place, just mere points ahead of Alpha 7, the defending champions, of course, of last year's title. They took home the trophy and all the glory, but it's not happening here.
Power Esports 93 points to Fireflux's 94. I didn't think it'd be that close, but it certainly is, as we are on the very much southern end of things here. Hello. Figuring out phones over there. I like it. A blast from the past.
Oh yes. Supporting in the audience. The family, the friends, everyone there watching on. And that's all you really can do. On look. Whilst everyone in their squads, the 4 players in each of our teams, look to really carve a path for themselves and decide whether or not they're going to be able to make it out of the survival stage. Only 8 of the squads left.
Check that. Al-Haji actually takes 1st place spot in terms of highest damage, ahead above Scarface and Ketch. Started to live with his dream. It's kind of nice that the duality there going on, where it's easy. He's been putting in a lot of work, and so is Scarface, and then that real firepower on the team coming through from Ketch and Al-Haji have both stepped up in the meantime. It's nice being able to rely on your teammates, knowing they have your back even when you're not feeling it, and suddenly the beast from within can be revealed at very, very important times as well here in the survival stage. But it's a big leap right now up towards 2nd and 1st place. So right now it is just kind of the battle between Power Esports as well as Fireflux to have that very fun opportunity when we get towards the end. For Esports, in the air. Getting into position. It's not been an easy start to this game on the playing path.
They're flying, and it's Sky, of course, that's up in the air. In reality, you know, it's probably for the best that Sky's the one flying. You wouldn't want a sleepy pilot.
No, you would not. Goodness me.
That'd be terrifying.
I would be worried, scared almost. He's having it now.
Oh, wake up, quick.
We're gliding. Oh, we're inverted. Okay.
And we're about to be landing in 3, 2, 1. Clean landing.
You know what? Actually, perfect.
Yeah.
It was a perfect landing. Did just have word from 7 saying that Falcons can now take El Pozo, and Alpha 7 giving that one up. To be honest, it's cool that Falcons just go for that aggressive maneuver as well. Alpha 7 forced to a case of, well, do we really want to take the chance here at going down early? I mean, even if they lose one player, they cannot afford to have that. They need to have a 4-man finish if they want to have enough firepower in that end game to clean things out smoothly and also have the chance to sweep. So for Falcons, I think that's a very cool maneuver, because you are preying on the mentality coming through from Alpha 7 there.
Intense game here as well. Up against Vision. Bit of chip damage exchanged between both squads. Seeing if they can actually find a way to get a read on this, not expose themselves to both the angles that were in play with the 2-2 split, but never alone, being able to get the adjustment shot off onto Silence. So a connection in there. That's Vision being able to get at least the first knock onto Intense game.
Silence down, pretty good player for the team as well. They sort of need him up, and you see Never Alone here pushing up, saying earlier, you know, despite the position they're in, still seemed happy. And I mean, some teams do get this event and just getting through towards that survival stage is a big deal to them. Rafa takes a big hit and instantly Silence is pushed back down again. Mini 14 in the hands of Never Alone, but the Molotov might just do the trick. It pops a little bit far back though, doesn't quite spread over towards Rafa.
Never Alone swinging on the angle, actually loses it. Up close and personal versus Rafa, he's able to withstand the might of Never Alone, and the rest of the Vision squad now has to push up together. Volt has been incredibly crisp. With a Mini 14 from distance, he tries to tap back, but Rafa, he is all over him like a rash right now. You cannot stop him. Peak after peak. Handles Never Alone up close, even with the smart use of the 1 nade he had, and he is living on a sliver of HP.
Rafa finds another. How is he doing this? Not even bothered about the HP count. It is giving him the pressure to push on here. One shot, one tiny burst of a nade would have done the trick. And Rafa still going. Health bar not even on the screen here for us. Dear me. What a performance from him there. Ultra instinct of a moment. And Vision sent back.
Realistically limping away as well. I mean, it's just Marcelo, that's all that's left. You think about how clean that could have been. Like, Never Alone, actually from the angle he's in, he gets the first knock, he knows he's going for the res, you get the nade on the close angle, knocks him again. That 1v1 would have made the difference, them being able to clean up relatively easy, with the then push coming in from the side with Volt and Co to clean up, split the attention. The fact he has done that single-handedly, hell of an adrenaline rush there from Rafa.
Oh, man, hooked up to the life support machine, but not done yet. The circle head over towards the western side. I think most teams will be happy about this as well, purely off the back of that plane path. Alpha 7 had to go a long distance to make this work up towards Torre Armada, which is so uncharacteristic of them. They'll be coming in late towards the circle. Not only that, they'll have to figure out different rotational paths. I mean, they've been playing the game for years upon years, so they should know this map like the back of their hand regardless. It's just a case of a lot of that research into rotations and how they affect their usual ones. Won't quite cut it. Yeah, that's not how cars usually driven. That's Benny the Billy Goat.
Wow. It's impressive stuff. Inventing new ways to use automobiles this late into the survival stage.
Some sticky tires indeed. Gets up there. Climbing boots on, the wheels. And that has a good location to work with. You can see just how central Nongshim Red Force are around Picardo on this top side. I think this is a lovely position to set up. We have seen quite a few times though, Jackie, in the past, you know, teams and players setting up on these spots, getting taken down early, and then you have that issue where you lose a player, you don't have anyone to res them, and then suddenly your position becomes quite compromised. You have to be careful on that spot, on that position. You're mostly there for information gain, and if you can get a quick and easy knock, you'll go for it, but no more than that. Especially from that position too. I mean, you have a lot of stock to get towards that late game. Well, you did. You really, really did, until this circle comes into play, which is hellish. Over towards that north side, a massive hard shift over this way. Many teams left in the lurch on that south side. AX having to get a move on, as do Regnum Kaya. Falcons and A7 actually coming out looking very, very good off the back of this one, smelling like roses.
Throwing them a bone, they very well do need. Obviously, a lot of targets on the heads for Alpha 7, I think, going into this one as well. You can see that's why it was the heads-up call to sort of bully them off the drop spot, see if you could influence the overall game, make them feel like not only is it uncomfortable in the team, it's uncomfortable in the actual battleground itself. So we'll see if they can recover from the position they're now left in. Intense game on the move here. Rafa, he looked good in the previous engagement versus Vision. Some stalwart defense, great heads-up calls, the peaks he was going for. Regnum Kari, a bit of a different beast though. They drive by, they both take vision onto one another, they pull up towards the compound, looking to keep their heads down, not run the risk of getting into a fight that is uncomfortable for them.
Yeah, look, they know that they just escaped a scenario with Rafa, the triple tapper, managing to get into some cover, playing around concrete. It's a good position, it's forward as well, over towards where Horror is currently playing as they make that rotate from earlier on. Yangon, AX, as well as R8, very late to this one, but I think they realize that and they can't really afford to make that quick ramp. A lot of teams were a little bit close to this one, especially when you're going through that Picardo ridge side as well. You are funneling teams over towards Monte Nuevo and San Martin. It's not comfortable. Power, though, in position. A nasty nade threaded through.
Al Haji has been on the money with these nades. Oh, backstab, though. Set up from Pedrino, he's able to hit that one heavy. Al Haji down. Adrian as well, pushing in close. Missed shot on the first peek through the doorway. Back up in there. Ragnar with the DVS. Withstands the push. Nade in. Danger close. Forced to heal up now and play off one another.
Five looks off in the distance. Pedrino goes down stairs and will pick himself up. A lot of elims off the back of that. It was a clean engagement, a great backstab, an assassination of a play with the Fireflux team is heading inwards. Pedrino finds an early knock over towards Ketch, looking to hold this one down. They don't have Rafa up. And now he'll have to hold his own versus the full squad. The tag goes through, so they have a rough idea of where he's playing, and those nades are not going to stop anytime soon.
We had Rafa looking very talented earlier, but now, like you say, it's up to Pedrino to be the punisher, to keep his team alive in this one. No opportunity to get his mate back up. It's all on him as a solo to withstand this crash that's come in from Fireflux. They had the timing to backstab and third party onto power, cleaned up there, bursting through the door. They shut down the opening man in Rafa, nade through the top. That's nice, and they close it out.
Fireflux won't lose a single member off the back of that one, getting 4 points, so succeeding where power failed and cementing back towards that first place position. Gamax holding off versus Influence Rage. This is fairly central. A very interesting circle here as well, Jackie. A lot of high ground to work with, which is going to isolate a lot of these fights until very much in the late game when we head through to Stage 7, Stage 8. But there is a lot of opportunity to find positions on the map which you feel comfortable in, and then sit around there for quite some time.
Laser focus from the Gamax squad. You can see the comms there coming out. Vahita talking to the team. It's Regnum Karia just down towards the bridge side as well on the hill there, listening out, seeing if an opportunity will be presented from this.
Yeah. It's not a bad spot either towards this ditch. Having 4 vehicles is a massive boon to them. What they can do with this one as well is stay out of sight, out of mind, but be extremely central as well. So they can make the decision on the next circle of where they'd want to go. It should keep them in, it's just in terms of positioning. And this is very much just a pause on their gameplay. And they'll listen to the sweet pause beats whilst the rest of these teams have a roam around.
It's interesting as well, though. Obviously, Marcelo, his entire squad going down instantly to open this one up, with Rafa handling them very easily. He's been able to keep himself alive and just out of dodge, barely in the back line behind Fireflux. It's a 2-2 split from them, with Scarface further down, catching the back line. Always feels like he's so useful from distance as well. It's his preference being able to support the team, set him up. Scarface, he loves to get aggro.
It's kind of funny, right, in the way that that's happened, where Scarface in the past has been absolutely the long-range specialist for the team, but we're seeing a lot more where Scarface is moving over towards that front line and Ketch is playing the back line for them. So it's a complete role reversal into this one. But it's also nice to see that they're comfortable to switch those roles frequently, because that does hamper you. Because you lose Scarface, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Suddenly you lose a long-range player. So having both your main fraggers on that team be interchangeable, that's an indispensable characteristic for a squad.
Yeah, having that level of dynamic gameplay that can keep squads guessing gives you the extra oomph you need, especially in these kind of lobbies that are global like this. Can't afford to be one note in reality.
Much prefer that double quaver, quick off the beat. That's not going to be the case for a lot of teams here. It's going to be a slow rollout. Circle doesn't really confirm onto anything too drastic here. Still that high ground towards that south side is open. The ditch that Regnum Kai is playing is nice. Quite a few open areas in terms of the rows that cut through here. In the meantime, AX has taken a knock. That's potentially from R8, who are watching the overlook here on that northeast side. You can hear there is plenty of fighting. And is that Regnum Kaya losing player? No, finding shots over towards Kinotrope. A lot of the players from Kinotrope who made a big old dash over their way with little to no information either.
Yeah, went for a bit of a stab in the dark and ran straight into Regnum Kara that, of course, have been playing for this latest setup. They were waiting for a fight to be instigated so they could push up towards Influence Rage or Gamax, clean up on that one. They've been gifted a bounty of eliminations off the back of that. And, of course, the last player is miles out of position as well. Ridge side angle up on top. Effectively trapped on an island. And it's the Falcons that are underneath, slowly skulking their way further forward. They were a little bit more split. They've grouped up now.
Finale could be a bit of an issue for them, though. He's hidden. Closed off, squared away. See if he opts to take shots. In come Nongshim Red Force versus Fireflux, and there's one. Narvalo, I think he took 2 shots there. Should be down? No? Yeah. So Narvalo once again goes back to a spectating position. The Falcons play on with 3. Tell me if you haven't heard that before, but I need to stop beating that horse at this point.
It was the quick crash in as well from Nongshim Red Force. Obviously, that's worked out relatively easily for them. So the duo from Fireflux that were further ahead have been caught there. Oh, even Ketch just barely getting away. Sliver of health as he'll try and duck down. Bullets whizzing over the top, offering up a short back and side. It's a free haircut, but he's still breathing for now.
We'll drop some smoke. He's very exposed. Fireflux, not ideal. Right? Nongshim Red Force, they saw an opportunity and did absolutely go for it. Fireflux was a little bit slow across the road there. Nongshim Red Force took a couple of knocks, but it was a 4v2 advantage. A pretty easy cleanup. But now, Valo, I think that there is an instance where if you know someone's up there, you kind of want to send another player with him. As you imagine that scout there was for that reasoning. They know a player's in the vicinity as well, so you did get somewhat of a scout coming through. Alpha 7 playing on this north side and playing very, very slow, waiting for these next circles to come through. And I think the reason because of that is there is so many points of interest around this map that you can see here. I mean, you've got the ruined town up towards that north side for Alpha 7. You've got this big overlook coming here where we're watching Falcons play down towards the south side, and then that real intense area over towards that eastern side, which is just filled with teams because of the ridge sides that are available and the little space that you want to cut through on this central circle because of this road and valley. So you are closing a lot of teams together on this eastern side, and that's only going to happen a little bit more as this next circle hits us over towards the east.
AX there thrown into the battle versus Gamax, obviously sharing those close compounds for quite some time. You can see Nonshin Red Force as well, committing to find follow-ups onto Fire Flux. Whoa. Handling them easily. Solus was the first to fall. Follow-up onto Ketch, so both down and out. The team is removed, so the squad unable to accrue much more from that one. 4 elim game for them, bringing them up to 98 points overall, and the battle continues with Yangon Galacticos being cleaned up, split between 2 squads. AX as well. Really in position here where E-Arena are going to be looking to go from strength to strength, and this could give them some good momentum in the standings if they can find the play off this one.
But E-Arena already on 3 elims playing on this eastern side. It's going to be a bit of a brutal rollout for them to get over towards AX, but they are hurting. They're definitely hurting. They've sent a bit of damage over their way. Looks like the resources are a little bit rough. Joker looking to send another nade over towards the top side there. Did find Ariane. A bit more damage poured in, and R8 looking to backstab on the eastern side. Regnum Kari's played a blinder on that ditch, by the way. That is some good knowledge of the map and where they wanted to go early. They held out Kenotrope when they tried to make a big crash over their way, and they have just been sitting pretty since.
Yeah, it's worked out very well for them. A team that we know can offer so much in a lobby like this. Oh, and for AX, it's not only from the front with E-Arena casting out nades to course the backstab from R8. They now look to swoop in off the damage done with those nades landing right on target. Hopping out the vehicles. Joker further down. Belly on the ground as well to assist. Still nades in the back pockets thrown in. AX must be so uncomfortable. You are just pinned in here. Henry with the smoke at least trying to buy time as they get close. You've got the shoddy to work with. The entire team just looking fragmented. It's only Henry that remains. Quick bandage to try and top himself up.
Yeah, there's the pump, which is not great for multiple targets at a time, especially when you've got no cover to hide around on that delay between the shots. Henry will just watch RA move a little bit further forward here. This is a good game, though, for 9 through 12. Right, with Yangon Galacticos out and currently in 8th place. It's not a massive jump up that's required to challenge that position from Yangon Galacticos. Regnum Kaya would like for a big game here to confirm themselves further up and secure that position as we head over towards our last game. Mormon finds Henry, and Henry is found wanting.
With Henry going down, that's AX removed. And E-Arena hoovering up a lot of the points as well, so it still gives other opportunities for further squads to move up, like you said. A bit more literally here. They already found 1 knock over towards the Falcons, and they just keep adding, piling onto this. Koa's down. Redox as well takes a hefty hit. They can convert onto those. Vinny goes in with a DBS, so for the Falcons, it's so rough.
That vehicle's going up 100%. He has to get out soon and find some kind of cover. He holds it, though. A little bit further forward. Don't wait for that thing to blow up, though. Just to get back. To blow it up himself. Can't really go too far back at risk. Opening up an angle. Vision, Marcelo holding off. R8 dropping the smokes in, giving him a little bit more room to play around with. Nongshim Red Force, love the playstyle. Love the playstyle from them. In every single game, at least trying to get above those 5 elims. And yeah, they're taking a lot of damage right now, but that's enough each game right now from the point standing they sit on to keep them inside that top 8.
Yeah, they're not going to be disappointed whatsoever with how this has flowed. Good elims, taking out some important teams as well. It's an ideal scenario for them. Hello Marcelo as well. The fact, obviously, he's still alive with Vision going down in like literally the opening 5 since this game, and even being able to fully commit onto one of the R8 players, dip out like a bandit, make it off to the loot crate and set himself back up for potentially something a little bit later. Meanwhile, the battle continues with Hora diving in onto Alpha 7, squashed from the side, slapped upside the head. Nonshin finished off in the end there by Regnum Karia. Carrillo realizing there's no opportunity for that one. He's got to jump back in the vehicle, try and create space between. But it is rough. Again, I mean, Sleepy just finding the prime target on it.
It's such a slow game from Alpha 7. from what we're used to. It's a nice nade, but not quite close enough. Willow drop him down to 10% there. Regnum Karya, I think there's a case to be made that they got lucky, right? But still, that initial rotation was really nice to get themselves a ditch, and that ditch has been super influential, but they haven't just been sat in there the whole game either. They to the finals.
Absolutely insanity. You think about the form we saw from them last year, the way they played, the blood, the sweat and the tears. Every game, they put it all in. Nothing was left before the lobby. This time around, it's been a very different team, and it has not gone the way they needed. Survival stage. It has been just that, surviving for Alpha 7. And in these kind of situations, they just can't. Nothing left for them.
Yeah, you're right. Last year, PMWC 2024, they were scraping, screaming, shouting towards victory. And it's unfortunate here to see them go out with such a quiet finish. Horror over towards our northwest side of this arena. Currently looking to push through R8, who have not had a terrible game here. Honestly, done very well to control that eastern side, but as soon as they tried to make an entrance over towards the west, Horror was quick to take shots back at them. But it's Regnum Karya now, stepping up, finding no fear. Silas with 40 bullets remaining on this Mini 14. They have been here for a long, long time. No chance at extra resource, and they've had to been very, very good when it comes to that resource management in general. Here comes Jiggle.
Jiggle and Prestige being the two that were looking to push up somewhat. Spot over onto him, so that finishes off R8. Influence Rage have been able to sit pretty for so long as well inside of this compound, but the nade-in's good. Meanwhile, the healing feed keeps on going. Horror losing so much to Regnum Karya. Wow, they are on a heater right now, Blank.
Wild will go down, but Toshpik returns fire over towards Sleepy. Horror, who has been such a criminal force on the north side, has been arrested by Regnum Karya, and not only that, run down over towards Sleepy to add insult to injury. Regnum Karya will be the lone team on the northwest side. It's E-Arena now versus Influence Rage, battling it out, currently in 10th place, trying to set themselves up for a late game, and they need this match here, Jackie.
It was a misplaced nade as well that resulted in some downtime inside of the fight. They had to get each other back up with E-Arena running into some danger close action. Joker looking to get up close and personal though with the shotty in hand, and Regnum Karya realizing this is the opportunity to scout out. Silas moves into position whilst the fight continues, spams into the smoke, lowers it, gets one from the sideline. We say goodbye to Joker as they commit onto that. Mormon as well falls to Diego.
Regnum Karya looking to shut this one down quick though. Little boy on that top side of the concrete, and he will be solid. Finds the first initial knock over towards Silas. Will flush him out. Looks for more on the drop down. Gets two. An Influence Rage up to 5 heliums. If they can get the chicken dinner, it will be a massive, massive start to their run at the end of the day to potentially take over Yangon Galacticos. But will Regnum Karya even care?
Lil Boy being the big man on that one. Makes all the right plays at the perfect time. Loxy with the rock face to work with, tucked in, looking for the elevated peak from the top. You can start to slow down the pace now. It was chaotic among the three. With the 2 squads remaining, knowing how important this is for either side, Influence Rage do not want to throw their opportunities away. Scout out from Lorizin. Loxy locked on target. Clean connection shuts down one. Tospic baiting them out to face. Little Boy goes in for the fight.
The nade, the only thing to keep them in this one. One sent out, Little Boy extremely low, will be taken down. Diego on the backside, that's at least a nade to keep this one going. Wild walks up, and it will be an easy finish from the ditch. They were down low, but they end up on high for Regnum Karya, and that game will secure their position in the top 8. For Influence Rage, they were so close yet so far. Getting that 10 point in that game would have made their game so much easier going into our final match on Miramar. But they have much, much further to go now.
Fought hard, but that's a memory that could come back to haunt you, potentially leaving your fate up to other teams now, whereas Regnum Karya, they set it for themselves. Massive game. Great positioning, but still, like we said, even though you had such a good angle, they were being able to be proactive on so many different fights, just hoovering up points after points, and then going on to close it out with a chicken dinner. That's a great game.
I think they finished on around about 15 elims, so themselves a 25-pointer on that match is unreal stuff. Fireflux goes down early, gets a few points, but as does Power. We'll see how this all ends up in the final match on Miramar. In the meantime, we've got to head to a break. We'll see you soon.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
She will have me fresh, كنت موسيقي فانت
Oh. Hello. क्या कर रहे हो? खाना हो गया? रेडी करो, एक रैंक टीडीएम खेलता है। हाँ? कितना बचा है मैच? कितने बंदे अलाइव है? मतलब क्या आज फाइनल है क्या? हाँ। आज का चिकन कौन निकालेगा लग रहा है? किसका? हाँ? पावर गेम देखना पड़ेगा यार फिर तो। मैं आता हूँ लाइव स्ट्रीम से। ओके।
Still not that one. So that one was going to be still not that. That was a lot more missed nade than I expected there. Actually, oh, okay, back to me. There was no grenade of the day, unfortunately. That was a big fail. Thank you.
Wait a minute, were there 3 more grenades after that as well?
There was a lot more grenades.
There were like, yeah.
There were like maybe 5 or 6 more grenades that were just.
I can't keep that voice the entire time.
They just kept trying to bounce it off the tree, and every single time it would just miss.
There was a moment yesterday when you were doing Nade of the Day, and after you were like, my throat hurts.
It did, and it does now, actually.
Well. Now it's time to get serious. One more game here to figure out who is going to be going to the final and who is eliminated. Alpha 7 would have to have an insane game to do something about all of this.
There's a chance. Remember, this team has been able to get a chicken dinner with 19 eliminations at one point. So if there was any team to do it, it would be them. But it's going to be far-fetched because a lot of those teams at the top.
You've got to go massive. It is time now for the Miramar, the final Miramar, to determine who moves through into the grand final. Casters, bring us it.
Thank you very much, Kalaris, myself and Blank in position for this one, and we can't wait to kick it off. The final game of the survival stage, culminating in 2 days of play here. Only 8 teams will make it through. And as we've already alluded to, the chance that our defending champions, the team that were just on your screens, might not even make it out of the survival stage, Blank.
So our teams are primed and ready to kick this one off over towards Miramar, because as you say, 8 teams will go through, but 8 teams are going to go home right after this next thrilling Miramar. Coming here live for you from Riyadh. Oh, it's a nail biter. Influence Rage. Looked like they were trying to contain the rage. For something of a little bit more calm here to make it happen. They are on the rise, just behind Yangon Galacticos. Will there be hot drops? Will there be
and throw a spanner in the works for some of our other squads, the potential heat that is going to be building on this one. A lot of storylines, and we'll bring them to you as the action develops.
There's an interesting thing here, because Alpha 7, like the guys on the desk said.
Hello. अरे ज़मीरा है, उनसे बात कर रहा हूँ. माइक तो खोलो ज़मीर भाई.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
एकदम बढ़िया. असलम भाई यार, बंदे बोल रहे थे ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स का अपडेट बीच में इससे हटने वाला है.
हट जाएगा.
बोल रहे बंदे यूट्यूब पे बहुत सारे के बीच में से हटने वाला है, और ये जो न्यू आने वाला है ना, उसका थोड़ा बहुत आने वाला है इसमें, घोस्ट वाला. नहीं, 2-3 यूट्यूबर को वीडियो देखा मैंने, वो बोल रहे हैं.
ओहो, ओल्ड एंड 16 देख रहे हो तुम लोग? ओल्ड.
जमीर भाई, M4 कंफर्म हो चुकी है, जेम बचा के रखना.
अबे 3 जेम हो चुका है बस. और कितना चाहिए मेरे?
उतना ही चाहिए, 3 ही चाहिए.
3 चाहिए और 2
चाहिए,
और 2 चाहिए, और 2 चाहिए, उसके बाद हो जाएगा मेरा कंफर्म है. 5 पर 1 फ्री हो जाएगा ना. 5 जेम बड़े ले लेंगे तो 1 फ्री हो जाएगा.
अरे भाई, लेकिन क्या करना क्या है उस जेम का?
नहीं देखो, मैं शूट कितने में मिलता है? वो रेड वाला आया था ना, वो इधर से लेकर जाऊंगा, वो सब क्या बोलते हैं?
हाँ, सूट 6 का है. M4 3 की 9 चाहिए फिर मतलब कि करीबन 2-3 हज़ार ऐसी फूकनी पड़ेगी 6 जेम लेके जाने के बाद
हमारे असलम भैया पूरे पागल हो चुके हैं कोई बात नहीं
सूट वूट के चक्कर में मत पड़ो M4 ले लो खुश रहो
Influence Rage as well. You think, based on what we saw in that previous game, right, the head-to-head for the chicken dinner between them and Regnum Karia, the difference it would have meant if they were able to steal away those extra points, push themselves further up, guarantee themselves a pathway into the top 8. Now it's all coming down to this one last game to do just that. Intense game being the name to focus on here, though, as they pick themselves up one elimination point early. We do get to see the rotation from Influence Rage. Non-ship Red Force relatively close by as well. Horror Esports just off in the distance.
Looking to avoid, that's their rank B void here in 9th. Not able to make it in towards that top 8. Non-ship Red Force is a dangerous team. They've displayed themselves as an aggressive team as well. Scrapping, furious. Influence Rage, as angry as they are as a team, not comfortable taking them to task. There's the Falcons, not in their natural habitat. Okay.
I think for them again, natural habitat really hasn't been what we've seen from the Falcons throughout the run of the tournament. Yes, day one of the survival stage, they were able to float through with a lot of good periphery finishes, with quite a slower passive day of it, playing for placements. They played with that tempo a little bit more in the course of today. It's not always looked super pretty for them though, and again, you can see the nerves are certainly there. Looking for a later game finish on this one, didn't want to run any risks of Fing being uncomfortable on the drop. That's why they're so much further down.
Yeah, a lot of circumvention here, honestly, from a fair few of our squads that weren't worried about it. Remember, there's 8 teams with almost reckless abandon going into this final match, realizing that their chances are dashed in this final game of Miramar. There's only a few that can make that gargantuan leap to get towards that top 8. And we're looking 11th downwards, not really having that chance for Team Vision. There's potential, but losing Volt, who has been the spark on the team, to charge them, allow them to play at their best. Him going down as early as he did, it does not bode well for them, and the circuitry within that team might just be fried.
I think that short circuit actually came in the previous game as well, where Never Alone had the opportunity to absolutely clean house early on into that matchup, but you remember the Wrath from Rafa completely fragmented the squad, just left Marcelo in a horrific position towards the end, trying to barely scrape away any points. Just that one elim over towards R8. Could have been a different story, but of course, that's up to you. Nothing is granted, everything is gained, and on that one, it wasn't really that much of a gainer for them.
But Yangon Galacticos, we've taken a look at them a couple of times here, but they are in the terrifying position of 8th place. Never comfortable to be there. The Falcons were able to get a few more points on board today. I think they've done pretty well, taking more risks when they should do. 70 points. There is that big step down though. Right, there's a chance that Yangon Galacticos can get over towards that region, as can Influence Rage, and by no means are Team Falcons safe just yet, and they know it. I think this is a pivotal moment for Team Falcons. If they get in towards that grand finals, I think they'll feel a lot more comfortable in their play. Like we said, I think that they actually needed the practice here in survival stage. There's a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders, and this would alleviate some of it.
It's not the cleanest opening path though on the rotation. There is a lot of squads ahead of them and adjacent as well. You're going to be running into some of these teams that maybe are willing to run some crazy risks, knowing the survival stage is most likely where their heads are going to lie when this game finally comes to a close, to opportunities to be fought from. Of AX and Gamax on the push-up, with R8 and E Arena just off to the side there.
Our final game of the day, just shortly we'll take a look at where we're heading. The largest shrink of the circle throughout the entirety of Miramar, it is on Zone 2, and we head over towards Crater Fields. On the mountainside that runs through it that currently Horror is owning, but they're massively split at the moment. Alpha 7 even trying to hunt down one of their players on that northwest side.
And this is the fight. It's no fear. He has to live up to his name right here. Throws out the flames and sets ablaze to Carrillo. So low on HP. All it takes is a single shot from Revo.
Horror will be pitched downwards. No Fear takes a nosedive versus Alpha 7. He had such a fantastic position as well over towards the east here and just playing split, locked in. R8 making their move on that north side. I think that Alpha 7 is, although not a team that I expect to make it in, they're a team that is incredibly dangerous when backed into a corner. Right now, there is nothing to lose for them. There is absolutely, and they are a loose cannon inside of this match.
I think honestly, that's literally the mentality they have to play with. Like we said, as much as it would be an impossible task for some teams, their old form, when they hit their stride in these kind of games, that's when magic would happen. But you have to factor in how they've looked throughout the entire tournament thus far this year with the PUBG Mobile World Cup, at the Esports World Cup. It is not the same team. It hasn't had that same level of lethality.
Falcons, they delay moving into the fray on that north side. Biding our time and waiting it out. You got to go through the checkpoints though, obviously. I'll respect that. But we're closing in now. A lot of teams making their way on over. This southern side of the circle is jam-packed. AX, Kino Trope, or at least what's left of them. Power also, who took an early dip on that last game. Yangon Galacticos on that western side, getting peppered right now by Gamax and potentially over also Alpha 7 shortly.
Gamax, they could afford to take some risks on this one. Alpha 7 not wanting to dilly-dally there, instead commit to their rotation and looking to get themselves into a better position rather than being caught up with a fight where they could be stabbed in the back by Gamax. The Arena taking hefty hits as well. And who else but Fireflux, of course, currently in the top spot, position #1 for them, and that's already another point found, 99 being their total off the back of that.
Looking to cross the century in this match here. E-Arena pushed down to 2, and it's unlikely they'll push any further inside of this match here. 92 points. Hard to make work. 11 minutes into the game and only 2 players on board right now. But an opportunity for Regnum Karya to pick themselves up a podium finish. And in come the Falcons. Finally making their way down. We get another circle shift and we're heading over towards the high ground on that eastern side. Nongshim Red Force already set up. Falcons have to go for something a little bit safer here as they pass through over towards the eastern side of the fields.
They took a few shots. Paint on the cars being chipped off. But we can focus up on what's ahead of us. Yangon Galacticus up on the rock side. It's a clean connection onto Squash. Smile being able to commit onto that one bullet back over from Revo. But of course, they cannot afford to lose a single man on this. It's got to be clean.
They're going to wrap around, leave Yangon Galacticos in the dust, but it's Gamax who's coming in, potentially finish the job over towards Yangon Galacticos. They've got to bide their time. They've got to pick up Smile in the meantime and get it moving. And Gamax is only moments away
बीच में अभी देखो आपको
Fahita with a crash in, closes the gap between them both. Look at the HP bars that they've got to play with. The sustainability isn't there. Fahita on a nice soft angle, peering in, bullets into the back. Romeo takes a big burst of damage from that one.
Cloud needs a Nimbus right now to get out of dodge. Vision now we'll find now Valo on the first pick there. Not finished off just yet, but it's an intense game. Hit that nail, find that coffin. Yangon Galacticos, they want nothing to do with Gamax. They wrap round a similar angle to Alpha 7, watching off in the distance.
They lost Squash, the new man on the block that's been consistent for the team, but right now, he's gone. It's just down to the core three from Alpha 7. Fitting that it's the title holders themselves.
Power Falcons. Similar situation with that last elim that came through from Fireflux. They just jumped into triple digits. Teams will have to bear down upon them and fast. Right now they're on the eastern side coming through from Hacienda, and it is open ground that they have to pass through. You can see players have been taking tags from their side, easy, up close and personal, with the Falcons playing inside the concretes. They have vehicles to work with. You can see the buggy, only one wheel left to going.
पॉपुलैरिटी है क्या आपका पहले से ही? हाँ मेरे पास पॉपुलैरिटी है.
Center circle again as well from Regnum Karia. Influence Rage close by. Two teams that went head-to-head for the chicken dinner into the previous matchup. A lot riding on this one. You can see the move up as well. Gamax swerve round Yangon Galacticus as they make their move. And the interesting thing with Power as well, Easy, I think his position's been undetected. He got clear vision onto the Falcons, didn't take the first shot. Instead, he can play off his teammates when their attention is turned and they've got to go for the move. He could sideswipe them.
Let's try and move ahead, you're right. They're going to have a backstab potential on their hands, which is never easy to deal with. Yangon Galacticos currently struggling, though. Constantly hounded by teams here from Gamax, who have taken a bit of a split. Fahita waiting down low. And do they even know his position? They head over towards Horror right now. Ragnar finding shots over towards AX. Scarface is taken low there from R8. And they'll have to move, Jackie.
In the meantime as well, we saw a shot over onto Alpha 7 from Horror. Ooh, quick peek up. Thought he could grab that one, but the response is good from Yangon. Crosshairs instantly flick up. Their eyes light up as they grab onto the knock.
They're hanging on, the speed at which they're flicking around as well. They are hyped, filled with adrenaline going into this match, knowing that their life's on the line here in terms of the tournament. Judo, finding more players over towards Vision, but they clap back over towards APK. Say Cloud on the high ground. These shots are just not hitting, Jackie.
Sleepy, looking shaky. Didn't instantly bite on the bait that was shown from Say Cloud. And when he did go for the spam, a few bullets going awry. Quite a distance firefight on it, can't commit onto the knock, and he's being flanked from the back line. Turns his attention. Meanwhile, Gamax as well being hit heavy by Vision, still being able to at least respond. They lost 2 players off the engagement, but go 2 for 2 in the fight so far.
Yangon Galacticos shopping around right now, but no, apartments are open and they are struggling to find a home inside the circle. Influence Rage, Diego will find a shot over towards Revo. Inside the shack and more damage done. Sleepy finds Mafioso. 1 player left remaining for Alpha 7.
With that, Vision received the final curtain call in the survival stage, going down to Gamax. Intense game, just inches away from Fahita as well, trying to keep himself out of dodge for now with the smokes to protect himself. Like you said, Alpha 7, it's been uncomfortable. Twice Revo has gone down, twice they have had to get him back on his feet. Supplies have got to start to run low.
Easy continues to be terrifying prospect there on the south side for the Falcons. Hasn't whispered a word, laying in wait. Yangon Galacticos have come through some pretty tumultuous situations. The caltrops were laid down for them and they swerved, they've avoided, and they've made it in with some tumbles, some rolls, some dashes to get towards this position. The circle continues to move out of their reach. So how will they play out these next couple of minutes to make it in? Intense game, Alpha 7, Gamax all weakened, all injured. It's a full four-man squad from Yangon. I take that back. One player gets knocked and will get shut down. That's by Sleepy.
Sleepy's been doing a great job from the angle up top. But look at this. R8 moving on in to join the party to split down the middle. Meanwhile, Easy, he's been biding his time for so long on this, but the rest of the squad has come over to assist. They look to fight up close versus the Falcons. Good chip damage on the Ragnar. Redox confirms onto that one, tries to finish him off and will do so valiantly. Still pushing over, but the nades come in. The Falcons get finished. Vahedon's the one to send them out as they fall, and Power live to fight another day.
At 71 points there, Yangon Galacticos is furious going into this game. They have a real stalwart game so far. It's looking worrying. Fireflux move on top of AX, only losing Scarface, and it's an immediate removal from them. But what's terrifying for the Falcons is Yangon Galacticos are still going. Influence Rage with 4 players are in a prime position on that eastern side. They are not through yet.
It comes down to the bitter end, and this is the issue. You have left the fate of the Falcons in the hands of the other teams in the lobby. 8th and 9th position with a huge opportunity here. Last game, leave no stone unturned.
How will Yangon Galacticos play this next maneuver? Much like that zipline above them, they would love for a straight rotation directly into the circle. And they're going to move over towards Kinotrope. Say Cloud making the first move here. Primes a nade in hand, Finale. One of his own, but he's late. Will his be placed better?
Tags, but it won't be able to frag. Get the response back over as well. Easy onto Nongxing Red Force. This is a power squad that are looking lights out at the minute. Fireflux stealing away some of the opportunity on that one with the response from Binny's Bonnet and the follow-up from Tizzy.
My God, Nongxing Red Force were taking the heat coming through from Power, but have just annihilated. Turn tail. Dare you get involved in our fight, Fireflux? We're going to send your way immediately. They angered the wrong beast.
With that, the arena starts to quake. Another move being made. Power plays from the team's namesake themselves. Yangon and Influence Rage still in positions to cause issues later on into this one as well, depending on how this starts to shift. Regnum Karya, R8 and Influence Rage all inches away from one another, just mere space between them on this compound setup.
Ragnar might be down, but cheering them on from Valhalla. Seeing how far and how much glory Power can obtain. That's E Arena out, and the only team within the top 3 is Power, looking for a first place here. Regnum Kaya will find shots over towards Nongxing Red Force. Binny, with the power of the buggy, survives, stays dead still, and they don't spot him. He will take a lot of damage, but can he crawl away?
Loreton's able to find it. The UMP hits. Binny thrown away, shut down. That's one elimination they claim, but they've still got much more to get done on this one.
On the back line, Power will take a knock, but it is answered. They will look to pick him up. That's from Kinotrope. Al-Hadji is just going to come back down again. He's got the side angle. They don't know, but it's still 3 players they are roaming into. Let's see how Power handles this. Yangon Galacticos yet to make their sprint.
When push comes to shove, Vahedon's position. Can it cause issues in the backline? Have they forgotten about him? The solo man from Gamax that tucked himself away quite some time ago.
20 मिनी जेम निकाल लो हो गए
Influence Rage
जेम बनता चलेगा
watching on. A fantastic position for them that they can work, but they will have to move. Yangon Galacticos up against Gamax. The first is found. It's from Kinotrope to steal that one away. So Yangon still only up to 2. Looking for the res, but they're trapped in the tunnel. Jiggle will find Carrillo as well as Mafioso.
Alpha 7 being collapsed upon as Hora outdo them. On the push down, Alpha 7 are removed from the battleground. And those reigning champions not having an opportunity to show us the might they were made of last year, falling to the wayside.
Tamra looking to back things off, causing Boys from Power a little bit of a problem, but it is Al Haji, puffs out his chest, will send them away. Playing on 2 fronts right now. Nongshim Red Force did send forward with Tizzy. Romeo made it into the circle for Yangon Galacticos. With a lasso, he needs to grab the rest of his team and pull them close.
Oh, sideline shot, it's quick from Pedrino. Up close against Kinotrope. Tamar trying to deal some damage back, but you cannot stop this man. Intense game. Showing us what they're made of here. Yangon as well pushing up with the opportunity that's created. They know that Kinotrope were laser focused on that angle. Now they've got room to move. This was the fight in the backline from Hora as well.
Pedrino with a 1v3 makes it happen. We were watching Alpha 7, but what a display of fortification coming through from Pedrino. He was clean with it last game, makes it happen again. And for Intense Game, despite them in 12th place, what a highlight reel for Pedrino in the last 2 games.
Haji causing issues as well. Power Esports, pinpoint perfection. From the hillside, bullets down, Smile, knocked over instantly. That's Yangdong in a really rough spot now.
Yangon Galacticos. Say Cloud looks to move out for Influence Rage. This is massive news for them. They could overtake, and that 0-point game, last match, just be the thing that tips Yangon over the edge.
Tucked into position. Got to slow down the pace on it. No opportunity to get the third man back up. Just play as the duo from this. That Smile now fully confirmed, of course, from the knock that we saw earlier from Al Haji. You still get the establishing shots of Influence Rage, Regnum Karia, and RA.
Influence Rage need to make a move slightly sooner than RA as well, unfortunately. Little boy sends down towards that south side. Fahida moves up over towards Nongshim Red Force. Do they know that Tizzy's playing in this position? Diego spotting over towards Hora. Nice little angle. Nades start to get sent off over towards RA, who are initiating a smoke train. Going early right now. Nade's been sent in. Regnum Karya will have to withstand, but it's a big nade that splashes large.
It's instantly hit them, damage done. They start to advance from it. Nade over the top to give them room to move up. The vehicle throws in some additional carnage. A misplay from Toshpik. That lands on Shilas. The flames burning down the potential control inside of the compound, so RA can actually close the gap onto them.
Regnum Karya struggling now, and Nade goes in. It hits hard, but not quite hard enough. His boys are holding safe. This will be a big turnaround, and Toshpik making it happen.
A huge shot onto Prestige. RA with the momentum that was provided to them. Thought they could crash onto that one, yes. They really do throw them into an uncomfortable position, but they could still reset from this. They've got an opportunity to try and save themselves the turmoil. Nades are right on target. It's Influence Rage that are looking to set this one up as well, and they need these points.
This is a fantastic maneuver for Influence Rage. They saw RA push ahead. They move round. They find Tizzy. They clear him out. Power Esports down to just the 1, but they are so close. They need more placement points to overtake over towards Fire Flux. Jiggle will find Toshpik. Despite the early Molotov and almost cooking his team, he was able to get the turnaround. The great hold overall. Law behind the dead tree.
Little boy goes for the peak up. Meanwhile, Diego dealing damage back over onto Fahidan as well. So Power being really thrown into the wind, finished off entirely. Regnum Kari is still trapped in position.
And unfortunately, the boys from Power will not overtake. A second place comes home, and looks like it's more and more likely to be Fire Flux. Unless Horror can have a massive turn up here. Influence Rage been taken down. Yangon still in the game.
Silas goes in for the heads-up call to try and do it himself. Oh, shots
This is crazy.
Wild, literally going
This is crazy.
ballistic. The Lanimal brings the claws out, rips his way through Influence Rage. And the sideline shots continue. Horror battling back onto it as well.
And Yangon might just have survived long enough. Horror up at 3. Look at the challenge for first place. But out of nowhere, in comes Say Cloud.
Say Cloud falls out, finished off by Sky. Regnum Karia up against Horror. The last two teams that remain on this one.
Silas, the only obstacle between Horror and taking the first place home here at the PMWC survival stage.
It would have to be an unfathomable clutch. The 1v3 from Silas. Show us the style that he's made of. Jiggle looks for the move up. Sky with the first play. First connection's clean, but he can't do more. Regnum Karia fall. And with that, Horror Esports do exactly what they needed to.
An incredible performance from Horror. We're going to have to tally up the total slightly later on with those placement points. But with that, Jackie, for Alpha 7, we will not be seeing them over towards the main stage. Regnum Kaya has a massive step up towards the end of this one. But Fireflux, Power, Horror all towards that podium. What an amazing finish. And even Yangon slightly surviving towards those end moments despite Influence Rage chasing, but shut down by the man himself, Silas.
And you hit the nail on the head. The trophy that is behind that winning team. The pinnacle of PUBG Mobile. Everything these squads give everything for, game after game, will be crowned to a new team, a new squad. Pinnacle.
Rage, Horror, we will nibble.
First connection. Fathomable clutch.
Here at the PMWC survival stage.
आपका थोड़ी दिक्कत है, मेरा दिक्कत है। मेरे में बहुत ही सारी सच में बोल रहा हूँ, मैं मोबाइल छोड़ के गया हूँ। मोबाइल का ये दोनों मोबाइल लैग कर रहा है भाई।
लेकिन किसके साथ कर रहा है 1v1?
मैं और आप, और क्या? लगाओ, रूम लगाओ।
ठीक है, बनाता हूँ। कौन गया? ठीक है, 1 मिनट रुको, मैं रूम। हाँ।
और यहाँ पर एक किलो सुपर हाँ कहाँ हाँ कहाँ हाँ सुतल वाली साले हमारे को बहुत आगे दिया सारा देखो ध्यान से बढ़िया से आई है बढ़िया होती है सबको हैरान गुंडा बना पड़े चारों तरफ ओ भाई बिना ऊपर गया था डरते हो क्या तो अभी वैसे हो बदलती रहती है क्या बदल अरे हाई पट्टीदार गई लो तोर अबे यार कपूर डाल दे लो ना वो कौन डाल ले हाई 12 ऊपर हाँ तो ये गुसल वाला क्या पोजीशन चेंज कितना अच्छा हाँ कितना सच्चा मेरा बच्चा तू है दिल पर तू है जानी तू है मेरी जानी Yo, full interest part. Oh my goodness. Aggressive people यार. Come on. गए हक दिए बड़ी मुफ्त जवा हा पुष्पा अरे पुष्पा करो ना क्या सारा भाई बहुत हो गए हो क्या तू मेरी जिंदगी करो मोड़ा मेरी जिंदगी हो टीम टाइम नहीं है भाई 3 का लीड पकड़ना पड़ेगा मेरे भाई 2 का लीड और पकड़ो भाई घुस के मारो भाई मिनट टाइम बचे भाई जल्दी से घुस के मारो भाई अंबर से आई हूँ परियों की रानी देख जिसे कहानी है ये घुसा था परियों से आई है परियों की रानी बोट से हार के हमको होती है रानी बोट जैसा दे साला गांडू क्या हुआ सर भाई काय हक दिए
अरे आपको तो मालूम है शाम को खेलते वक्त लेट के खेलता हूँ बगैर जैरो के।
डाउनलोड करो कि छोड़ दूँ ये बोलो।
डाउनलोड करो, एक मैच खेलना है उसके बाद अल्टीमेट खेलना है।
तेरी आँखों में उदासी कर देख सकता नहीं तुझे खुश साला जिस टीम को छोड़ा था ना भाई अपना टीम भाई फाइनल में गया बात खत्म पैसा आ गया
कौन था?
हो रहा we go to the final हो रहा
चलिए हम देखने ना करें। अबे रुक जाओ यार 91 MB नो सॉरी 30 MB बच्चे ही।
ठीक है
स्टार्ट कर दोगे? स्टार्ट ही नहीं कर रहे हो।
कर दिया, दिक्कत नहीं है।
टेक्नोलॉजी नाम लिखा है बंदा टेक्नोलॉजी
मत लिखो, कोई अच्छा नाम लिखो। अभी अपना रियल नेम डाल दो वहाँ पे, नहीं तो कोई
कर एक्स रख लो। ठीक है
थोड़ा आराम से।
परियों की रानी हो
तुमने पता कर दिया यार। हाँ चलाई बार तेरी नंबर चलाई दो। आओ बेटा हम सॉरी इंतजार में हम
Marked a location.
तुमसे मिलना बातें कर
बात ही लेते।
अरे
ये भाईजान चला रहा है।
भाईजान कब से इतना अरे लेकिन इतना डैमेज कब से चालू हो गया भाईजान? हम चलाते हैं तब तो नहीं चलती ऐसे।
देखो ये सब भाईजान ही पकड़ के खेल रहे हैं।
उसकी माँ का सच में बोल रहा हूँ नेट डाल के मारो।
अरे ग्रेनेड फेंको सभी।
तुम्हें हमारे टीम करे वाला जगह मारी लोग भूख के मारी जाती है।
अरे यार भाई
अरे भाई ये भाईजान के कैसे चल रही है?
भाईजान का ज्यादा
भाई भाईजान चलती है भाई बहुत चल रही है भाई।
अरे घंटा मैं चलाता हूँ तब तो घंटा नहीं चलती है।
P90 चलाओ।
अरे P90 का डैमेज कम कर दिया इसमें।
लेके डुबल करूंगा।
हारने वाला तो है लेकिन एग्जिट मत करना। एग्जिट करने पे 30 पॉइंट माइनस के देता है।
हारने वाला है? ये कब सोच लिए?
हाँ।
अच्छा P90 निकालो।
तो हमारे बोटिया भैया है ना, हमारे जितवाएंगे ना।
अपना तो हो थले नहीं कि वो किल निकल बन चाहिए।
भैया है ना पाऊ। क्या तेरी शॉटगन चलाएं। शॉटगन का डैमेज कैसा है? हेलो
घंटा डैमेज नहीं है किसी को। ये मेरे साथ ही क्यों होता है मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं पड़ता है।
मेरे को मिला है।
हेलो
मेरा तेरी बहन भाई।
हेलो
Marked a location.
यही देखना बाकी है।
भैया मारे जाओ का स्नाइपर से।
यही देखना है, इसलिए हम झक मारा के इसमें आया है। दिखाओ यही। शॉटगन का सूटिया करना है ना।
एमपी है ना। अबे इसकी बहन की तीनों एक ही साथ बैठे हैं।
क्लोज में इसके खोपड़े पे चिपकाइए फिर भी नहीं मर।
अबे साला ऊपर से चढ़।
अभी रुको यार।
मेरे लाठी आ गई।
इससे अच्छा तो अल्टीमेट।
भाई 47 हो चुका है।
चलो चलो स्टार्ट करो। 6:30 हो गया है।
समीर भाई रेडी करो खेलना है तो।
चलो
नो डाउट।
एक मिनट।
अरे दानवीर आया था क्या? हाँ
दानवीर
सौरभ भाई।
दानवीर
वो क्या नाम?
राधे थोड़ी
राधे
देर
राधे
आया था
हाँ
पहले।
राधे।
राधे
सारा भाई आपको कितने पुशअप बाकी है मालूम है ना?
क्या
कितने पुशअप्स करने हैं मालूम है ना?
4।
चलो
अरे भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मेरे को भी
मेरा नहीं
एक्सरसाइज
होगा
शुरू
ना।
ही करनी।
अरे इसको बोलो
कल से मैं भी एक्सरसाइज शुरू करने वाला हूँ।
यार।
अबे रुक जा भाई।
इरांगल छोड़ दोनों डाउनलोड मेरा मर्सनल डाउनलोड कर लो मुझे।
हम सेनक डाउनलोड हो गल बाटे खाली मीरा मार रहा दाबो तो एक बार और
ऑप्टिमस प्राइम में
एक बार और दाबो तो लो मीरा मारी स्टार्ट होगा कंफर्म में। मीरा मारी स्टार्ट होगा भाई।
मैं पाऊँ फिर उसे रंग तेरे साड़ी गिफ्ट शकील कोई हम तेरे नाल कोई है।
अबे 20 MB बाकी बस तो। असलम भैया वो सभी वीडियो कंबाइने नहीं कर पाओ थे।
मत कर।
पूरा कुछ ये थी रेडी हो गया कंबाइने नहीं कर पाओ तंगा दिक्कत करता। अबे 5 MB पर रुक गया। चलो मारो तो मारो साइड स्टर्लिंग हो रहा है। हाँ। आप हिंदी लैंग्वेज ऑन किए हो क्या? हेलो
हाँ
भाई तो
थोड़ी चाइनीज यूज करेंगे।
नहीं
कसम देना या खमरा
I need a weapon.
अरे भोसड़ी का इरांगा लगा।
Let's fight together. Fight together.
जमीर भाई कौन से
It is
स्टैंडर्ड में हो
showtime.
अभी?
नो मैकेनिकल स्टैंडर्ड।
मैकेनिकल ऐसा क्या सीख रहे हो?
गाड़ी रिपेयरिंग करना।
भाई सिनोमी का
डीजल
कमी आ
मैकेनिकल।
रही है भाई। मेरे को लिक्स मिल गई।
कंफर्म अपना सपना पूरा होगा।
हाँ भाई 4.0 में फर्स्ट अल्टीमेट के साथ ही आ रहा है।
वही ना 4.0 के फर्स्ट अल्टीमेट के साथ ही है। इसीलिए तो कल बोला था खाली 2 महीने वेट कर।
इसका मार्क्स मेरे पे है। मैं सोच रहा हूँ ड्रेस भी निकाल।
M4 या
तो
ड्रेस?
ड्रेस M4 नहीं चाहिए। M4 भाई कितना M4 क्या?
आप ड्रेस निकाल लेना। M4 हमारे लिए छोड़ देना।
ओके
हमारे 2 अच्छा वजन कर दिया भैया। गरीब की दुआ लगेगी।
फिर बंदे आ सकते हैं।
पहले देखो कहाँ पे जाना है। देखो तेवरने नहीं, तेवरने में बंदे घुसेंगे। हाँ इधर की साइड।
ओह बाइक देखो हवा में बाइक उड़ाने का एक्सपीरियंस मुझसे पूछो।
बाइक कहाँ बा? आया कुछ पूछ रहा था। स्क्रीनशॉट भेजी।
सिनोबी कामी भी आएगी और हो सके तो आईपैड भी आ जाएगा। देखते हैं क्या होता है।
अच्छा
पैसा है भाई।
अरे आईफोन बहुत छोटा दिख रहा है यार। अभी 2-3 दिन पहले सौतेले भाई ने लिया है पास की। मैंने लेके देखा यार बहुत छोटा लग रहा है हाथ में। इस मोबाइल में जो मोबाइल यूज कर रहा हूँ इससे 1.5 इंच छोटा ही है।
आईफोन छोटा ही रहता है। एक कंपाउंड पकड़ो। एक कंपाउंड।
ठीक है मैं सेंटर में।
मैं मिडिल जा रहा हूँ।
मुमकिन ही ना जाए ना मतलब
उसमें जा रहा हूँ। जाओ उसमें।
भाई हमरा ग्रेनेड नहीं है खेले थे। हाँ पर वाला मेहरबान तो गधा पे लगान तो क्या मिला होगा हमें जो कलाटा हमें मिल गया हेलो
मिला होगा कुछ शॉटगन
उससे भी ऊपर
तो फिर क्रॉस बो
उससे भी ऊपर
I got
फिर नहीं कह
supplies.
सकता
I got supplies.
M4 स्टिल के
हाँ पीपी भाई ने मिल गया क्या ही
I got
चाहिए
supplies.
स्टिल के मिल चुके हैं
दो स्टोर के हैं
यार बड़ी पड़ी है स्टोर पे
टेम्पर मिलो अलवा
चलो चलो हमारा टेंशन तू का है तू चला
बोला चला ना मिली तो तू छीन ले भड़का के
चलो भाई जल्दी निकलना पड़ेगा हो गया लूट खलास कुछ नहीं है इधर
हाँ जाता रहे सरद है इधर है
I got supplies.
स्टोर को उठाया हमने
एमो है क्या लेकिन
एमो तो नहीं है भाई लेकिन मैं दे दूंगा ना 80
चूसा हुआ और मैं जा रहा हूँ उधर साइड में यहाँ साइड
Thanks.
गाड़ी देखे
गाड़ी इधर है आप 4 व्हीलर
गाड़ी
आके
भी
देख लो आप लोग रुक रहे हो मैं क्या करूँ बताओ
टेम्पर ली कि नहीं
हाँ ले लिया
ले लो
इधर 4x 2 पड़ा है
I got supplies.
4x 2 पड़ा है चाहिए तो आके उठा लो
हाँ चाहिए मेरे को एक चाहिए
उधर मार किया हूँ 2 है उधर पीछे गाड़ी खड़ी है इधर में ही मैं बगी लेके निकल रहा हूँ
नहीं जाना बेसी बार का गेमर हुआ हम नहीं कर
जमीर भाई ऐसे नहीं है यार
नहीं भाई
अच्छे से बात करके खेलना
हमें क्लिप जंप हटाइए दे लो बहन लेके आऊं आ ही गए तो क्या
आ गया हूँ
उधर साइकिल है
गाड़ी है ना गाड़ी लेके चलना
एक और 4x
अबे भाई तू किधर
I got
गिरे
supplies.
क्या ही कर रहे हो ठीक है मैं ड्राइविंग कर रहा हूँ आप ही ड्राइविंग छोड़ो अरे वो एक बंदा है ना वो वन टिकटॉक चलाते हो आप हेलो
हाँ
719 बिस्ट को देखो और वो एक यार नाम है वो बंदे का स्नाइपर वो दो ही बंदे
I got
वर्ल्ड के
supplies.
देखिए ये ऑफलाइन हो गए ओए don't do that bro don't do that
ये कौन फायर कर रहा है भोसड़ी ये कौन फायर कर रहा है
4 नंबर
चार
नंबर 4 फायर करना है ब्रो चल जाओ इधर से फायर करना है ब्रो
रेड डॉट ले लिए क्या रेड डॉट ले
I
लिए
need
क्या
stock. I got supplies.
ले लो रेड डॉट है यहाँ पे
इधर भी बहुत सारे डॉट पड़ा हुआ है
I got supplies.
अरे भाई मेरा खत्म है आप देख लो निकलना पड़ेगा अभी ये मैग इधर है
I got supplies.
मैग और एमो चाहिए 5 का
कितना है वहाँ पे? कितना है वहाँ पे?
मेरे पे 90।
मेरे से ले लो।
अभी
चलो बाद में देखते हैं मौका।
किधर है? किधर है?
क्या
4 नंबर। 4 नंबर।
तो उधर घर के अंदर था।
ब्रो कौन सा कीड़ा काट रहा है ब्रो? कौन सा कीड़ा काट रहा है ब्रो?
बोलो भाई मलेरिया का चलो
Get in the car.
अबे भाई
अकेले ही खेल लो। अकेले ही खेल लो।
मैं नहीं जा रहा, मैं यहीं स्क्वाड में नहीं जा रहा, मैं यहीं स्क्वाड में।
ले चलो अबे
चलो भाई इधर आओ, 5 कैमो चाहिए। इधर आओ, 5 कैमो चाहिए। आ जाओ जल्दी।
आता
जोन बना यार लेफ्ट में ब्रो, जोन बना यार पड़ेगा।
दिक्कत नहीं है।
ये कंपाउंड होल्ड करते हैं, ये कंपाउंड होल्ड करते हैं। कंपाउंड में बंदे आएंगे, निकलना पड़ेगा जल्दी। ये ऊपर ऊपर है, ऊपर है। ये स्मोक भी उठा लो।
this is not fair.
कंपाउंड में
क्या
मैं निकल रहा हूँ।
जमीर भाई आप आओ, उसको लेके आओ।
अरे
फ्यूल कम है, फ्यूल बचा इसमें। ये तो नहीं
भाई ये कौन का इलाका वो भाई
ये बाकी पकड़ो, ये बाकी पकड़ो।
अबे आ जा
वो आ रहा होगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो निकल लो। टाइम मत वेस्ट करो।
दौड़ी घुमा के देखना पड़ेगा इधर से। दौड़ी घुमा के देखना।
ठीक है, घुमा के देखो।
आगा खाली है, आगा खाली है। एक कंपाउंड पकड़ो। ये चाहिए?
I got supplies.
चाहिए ना?
बस वो पीछे पड़ा है। मैग।
I got supplies.
मैग है। ग्रिप है मेरे पे।
I got
वर्टिकल
supplies.
गाड़ी सेफ लगाना, ठीक है? गाड़ी सेफ लगाना, ठीक है?
हाँ, पीछे लगा के रखी है।
एक काम करो, ये वाला कंपाउंड आप इसमें रुको, मैं लेफ्ट में जाता हूँ। आप यहीं पे रुको।
किसमें? उसमें?
इस हाउस में हो, उसमें दोनों आदमी रुको। उस चीज पे भी आएगा, कॉल देके भी आएगा, कॉल देके। नंबर गया आपने।
अरे भाई मिलिट्री की साइड जोन कटेगा।
अरे भाई साहब,
एक काम करो,
यहाँ पे
जल्दी
चलो,
गाड़ी में बैठो।
यहाँ पे चलो, यहाँ
बग्गी पकड़ो।
बोट पकड़ो, बोट।
हाँ, वही ना।
किधर से
पीछे जहाँ पे उतरे थे वहां से।
अरे बोट लेके जा रहा है बंदा। ये स्लाइड क्यों? ये स्लाइड क्या?
भी आगा हो।
बंदा निकल गया यार, बंदा निकल गया यार।
गल भैया
कहाँ पे?
Watch out! Marked a vehicle.
लेफ्ट से जाओ, लेफ्ट से, ये साइड जाओ, यहाँ पे,
Watch out!
लेफ्ट से, ये साइड जाओ, यहाँ पे।
गाड़ी चलता दी।
ये पहले वाले पे फायर करो, यहाँ पे, पहले वाले पे फायर करो, यहाँ पे।
कोई भी नहीं दिख रहा है वहाँ पे।
फायर तो करो यार, दूर से क्लोजिंग मत करो। निकल गया वो, निकल गया, थर मत देना यार। वोट ही नहीं है क्या? वोट मिला मुझे, मैं आ रहा हूँ, वोट मिला मुझे। हीलिंग मेरा जाएगा ज्यादा, मेरा जाएगा ज्यादा, मैं बचता हूँ।
अरे सड़क ये जल रही हो। गया। अबे उठी अबे गया।
मैं खुद मर गया, मैं खुद
गया मैं।
Help!
मेरा काम है, लेकिन बच जाऊंगा। बस बंदे ना हो भाई, काम बस बंदे ना हो।
बनते नहीं है यहाँ पे, एक 1v3 होके जा चुके हैं।
तीनों को ले लिए।
अमीर मारो, अरे मारो,
मत मार।
क्या मार रहे हो यार?
टीममेट आ गया।
करो पैसे
भाई गाड़ी ले लो।
कुछ लो उसको, गाड़ी के ऊपर गाड़ी चढ़ा दो।
गाड़ी लड़का देंगे ना। चलो इधर उतर लो।
यही तो चाहिए था। चढ़ाओ।
नेड
Awesome.
बोला अब ये तुम बहुत सही खेलती हम तुमसे नहीं खेलते ले लो ले लो
साला हीलिंग के नाम पे डेला है भोंसड़ी मार नंबर डेला है
क्या बे क्या बे आपने वो तीनों को मारा था सौरभ में आपने वो तीनों को मारा था सौरभ में जब बैंडेज था कि बचा मैं आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही सौरभ भाई आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही तो बंदा नॉक क्यों नहीं हुआ तो बंदा नॉक साला इधर से एंगल ही नहीं बन रहा एंगल ही नहीं उसको
गाड़ी लेना पड़ेगा ब्रो गाड़ी हाँ जा 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 नहीं मार रहा मैं नहीं देखा हूँ तुझे देखता ही नहीं जानता नहीं तू कौन है
Awesome.
Okay, bro. Take the TV.
Awesome.
No, गलत साइड दो बंदे अभी राइट में मुन्ना ना
Awesome.
मैं डैडी का दिल तो अभी एक बंदा मारेगा सारा भाई तो गाली देने को मन करेगा कि क्या कर बताओ
एक और डायलॉग मारता रहा मालूम
ना बा
ना मुन्ना ना दू का डायलॉग
डबल आवाज
भैया चला
कौन भैया हो
असलम भैया हमने से पहले जालन
इधर हो भैया भैया सरप्राइज देने के चक्कर में भाई हमको सरप्राइज ना पसंद मालूम चला ये कहाँ है सुना थाला सामने होगा ये अच्छा किधर हो अभी पैसा नहीं था सलमान का ले भाई 500 ले भाई घुसना पड़ेगा भाई ऑप्शन ना है
हेलो
आई गेस चाहिए बा ब्रिज के
पहले बोलता यार इतना देर से भाई घुमा रहा है
We are number one. We are number one.
तो भाई उसी टाइम से घुमा रहा बता देता रहता तभी मार चुके रहते
मेरा खुद चिकन डिनर होते होते बच्चा है
नहीं हो
हाँ
ये उसी टाइम से अगर मार दिया रहता तो क्या बात क्या बात क्या बात सर भाई प्लस देखो आपका मन गदगद हो जाएगा आपका मन खुश हो जाएगा मेरा प्लस देखो जाके
मोबाइल से तो बोलता सुन चैनल है
तुझे से दर्द उंगली क्यों बार बार कर रहे शरफ दाई ओ शरफ
Bring up voice chat.
तेईस का प्लस सही है आप एक मैच खेलो मैं आता हूँ
हाँ ठीक है आओ
शरफ
हाँ
तो उसका आईडी है
बोलो
इंस्टाग्राम आईडी है भी हम खाना खा के आते नहीं खाना खा ले बड़ा तो
If you run into trouble, just shame on me. If you run into trouble, just
चलो भाई जल्दी आओ।
भाई एयर ड्रॉप कार्निवल में से एथी ले ले ले। पीछे रहना। कथी लगाएंगे?
लिविक लगा, लिविक मत लगा ही रहेगा अभी, रुक कुछ लगा।
Start the match.
तेरे ऊपर कंट्रोल का नहीं करा तेरे सामने। गजब कंट्रोल खाते खेल लो, लेकिन अगर कंट्रोल नहीं
नेटवर्क बा वाईफाई बाटे वैसा ने रिसेट करवाओ तो नहीं।
I got the triple elimination medal. It is showtime.
शाम गरीब व्यवहार की वजह से 4 बजे बैठा
ये लगवा दो ना नीमन को, नीमन गलती है। यार खाने का नहीं मिलेगा।
Awesome. 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 It's safe here. Save me. Help! I'm recalling a teammate.
Thanks, bro.
Thanks. Awesome. Help!
गाड़ियाँ खोली कॉली नहीं गए ये हो रहा है
अरे इस घर में यार
Awesome.
सिखली किनारे छोड़ा गेम sama सिखली किना गेम सालिम दे हम होल्ड कर रहे हैं घंटा का देर में भाग रे तुर कोच श्याम बंदा मोने बारह था नहीं
चल बाहर क्या हमारा
Watch out.
भाई साहब ना बसनी तो मजा नहीं अरे यार क्या मैं नहीं पढ़ा सकता, मारे के चक्कर में मर गया। ये नहीं पढ़ा सुनने, नहीं पढ़ा सुनने दे।
Watch out!
मोमेंट 36 सेकंड के बाद।
अबे गुटका काहे बेचा तारी जो ढीठे घुस के मार। देखो राइट में देख, घर उड़ी। अबे घर उड़ी राइट में देखो, तो भागा था पहाड़ के सामने गई। अरे राइट तोरा लाइट ना समझ। देखो रोड पर आगे, रोड पर लेफ्ट में हल्का कहाँ देखा तारी, लेफ्ट केने बा तोरा, राइट लेफ्ट ना समझ। देखो तो पहाड़ पर चढ़ल बा ऊपर, सामने वाला पहाड़ पे ऊपर चढ़ल बा। मार देखो उधर नीचे रिवाइव करिए आप, इजी ले इजी 1v। एक बार लेफ्ट में वो सामने आता हूँ, वहाँ से सामने आता बजाय लेफ्ट में मारे के लगे। पक्का बोट बारी है तू, 7 नंबर 1 बोट बारी। खेले के
गलती कर रही है तू, ये मार दे 22 मार ले बड़ा
कमे हो गए, लमजून से नॉक हो गए नहीं ना तो पूरा लॉबी खैती न कर लाई।
अरे फहीम भाई तो छोड़ यार।
हम जोन से नॉक हो गए नहीं यार, खुले में रोक के फाइट लगे लगनी उसे लंका लग गई। तो कोच कहाँ गई, कोच तो देखा था नहीं, दूसरे स्क्वाड में घुस गए। क्या
झाड़ के कोच है, बुद्धि आइले नहीं एक कोच बन
सिखावा था तोरा के राइट देव के
श्यामा कोच रे मर दे तारे
ना रे जमीरुआ के मार अनफ्रेंड कर देल बनी। हम का फ्रेंड बहु कह देनी बाक लड़का कहा है कि बहुत ज्यादा एडवांस।
अरे मर दे ओकरा बाटे नु तू कुछ बता देबे नु तो तारे बतावे लगे का हैंग कर ए बुरी।
अल्टीमेट बॉल खेलो तो नहीं आसान, अल्टीमेट में ज्ञान देता हमारा के हैंग मत बताओ। उतरते पलाई अकेला ही रह के हम चिकन डिनर 8 किल करके चिकन डिनर कहीं नहीं है ताकते बा मुंह है। इतना ना ज्ञान दे दे वाला नु कि ओकर ज्ञान निकले मुंह पर आ जाला एक खातिर।
कॉमन ऐसन दिन हो कि हमरा मैसेज ना करी व्हाट्सएप में हेलो दाई हेलो आई किंग हो योंग हो आ 10 गो नाम पे ठाई किरानी है बना देबो हैंग कर देबो पंग ए पूरी हम मोबाइल में
क्या करो
क्यों तो दियास नहीं क्यों के सको वो साले नया बहाना स्टार्ट होता तर लगे।
हेलो
ना कोई
अब आईडी बेचे वाला नहीं के लागत जेंगे सिचुएशन हो
क्या है वो
हाय देखो पर्दार निकाल बन तो हरो।
अब ठीक बात है, तोहर मर्जी। अब देखो आदमी फोर्स थोड़ी कर
ग्लेशियर लोको था
35,000।
हाँ
35,000 में भाई बचा जाए।
ठीक है बा, हम खराब सोरे बा।
हाँ कोनो होई तो प्रयो सन बेच के एगो सेकंड हैंड मोटरसाइकिल किनल जाई।
एमटीए मंगा दी गाड़ी करे
लोन पर किनल जाई गाड़ी 30,000 के डाउन पेमेंट देके।
काट के स्टार्ट करो कि ऐसे
और कोई कार्टून बढ़िया ला
ए भैया खेला लगन हम मैसेज आवता ठीक बा।
ला हम निकला था
हम पिन हाई बा यहां में डर चलावते हैं बावन बानी वैसे
बूटे और भी हुआ थी तो हाँ भगा था से
जाने को कियास कियास से
कितना
लगा
अस्सलाम हजरत शक्को
जो हुआ खबर था क्या था हुआ ही क्या था खबर था
नका नहीं खबर है
चल चला मतलब
Dear
Start the match. I got the triple elimination medal. Marked a location. Let's go. Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Let's go.
नीचे राइट में गाड़ी सामने गाड़ी बा लेफ्ट सामने गाड़ी बच्चे भी कॉल यहाँ चलो जल्दी अरे सामने जाके
नाम खेले ना सके मोबाइल बहुत ज्यादा हैंग चलता है अपने से बीच में रीस्टार्ट कर ला ठीक बा अपना बात ना
और सुबह बताओ सलाम वालेकुम
वालेकुम सलाम कैसे हो भाई
हाँ जी
चांद बने रहे हो
मेरा सब भैया पीछे हो आ गया
हाँ भैया चक्कर लाइट है ना
असलम भाई
लाइट
असलम भाई
हाँ
असलम भाई
हाँ सिकौत भाई हाँ चला
अरे कहाँ गया यार इतना तक चिल्ला रहा हूँ गला भी खराब हो गया।
टीडीएम खेलोगे?
नहीं, मेरे को हेल्प करने का।
क्या?
टीम का मिशन कंप्लीट करके देने का। ए सुनो ना सुनो भाई,
क्या चीज का मिशन?
लिविक खेलने का ना।
ठीक है, लिविक खेलेंगे।
सुनो 1 मिनट, आप मिशन पे जाओ। हाँ ठीक है, जाके वो दूसरा वाला मिशन है ना, वो जो बैटिस्मैन वाला होता है, जंपिंग वाला होता है, जो जंप लैंड, ये किसको आपको फॉलो करना है क्या? नहीं, मेरे को फॉलो करने का, मैं जंप करके हो जाएगा। ये 8 हो गया, 2 बाकी।
जंप वाला किधर है भाई? मेरे में
हाँ ना, उधर मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, मिशन पर जाके ओवरऑल साइड पे सेशन कलेक्शन, उधर क्या है इधर?
सीजन
क्या
चाहिए।
है? मैं अंग्रेजी में इतना काचा हो गया।
हाँ, ये है ना, देखो टीममेट को इनवाइट करना है, इनवाइट करके फॉलो करके जंप कराना है 5 बार।
यानी मेरे 8 बार हो गया। अभी क्या करने का? मैं आपको इनवाइट करना है।
हाँ, इनवाइट करके उस कर दो, हो जाएगा।
मैं आपको इनवाइट कर रहा हूँ अभी।
गेम में लैंड करवाना है नीचे।
चलो लगाओ ना, हो जाएगा ना, करने दो मेरे को। भाई
डुओ स्क्वाड है फिर।
दो नहीं है, लगाओ। और मेरे को 4 बार क्या हो जाएगा। भाई आपको तो इनवाइट क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
फॉलो कर लिया, जंप कराओ।
ओके जी। सौरभ ये नहीं आया?
सौरभ भाई आया, बोल रहा हूँ ज्यादा खाना खा के लगता है सो गए।
क्या ठीक से कैसे हो इतना नुकसान? कोई साइड पे उतारेगा? साइड पे बैठ ना।
Watch out!
यहीं पे उतर रही है।
Watch out!
यहीं पे उतर रही है। अरे यहाँ
Watch out!
दोनों जाए तो उसके पीछे पीछे जाएगा। थोड़ी छोड़ के क्या समझ पूरा
पीछे
अच्छा सब कैम करके बैठा है चारों तरफ से वो भैया की जय इधर कोई आदमी प्लेयर डॉप दिया है इधर जाएगा
बंदे हैं क्या थोड़ा भाई शिकायत भाई
एक बंदा था उसको डैमेज दिया था
रुको मैं आ रहा हूँ होल्ड करो
कहाँ मोड़ी लगा था कहाँ मारा तो लूट दिया एक बार था टॉप लूटने के लिए आया
कहाँ है चलो
ऊपर है टॉप लूटने के लिए ऊपर गया था लेकिन डैमेज दिया था मैंने
इसी में है आ जाओ
ऊपर जाने का कोई तरीका है उसको बहुत डैमेज दिया है बहुत ऊपर वाला है अभी तक और आगे मौली पे है कुछ है उसको मैं कैसे मरेगा बता अब उधर रुक जा मैं उसको पीछे पड़ा
Marked an airdrop.
महाराज
भाई ये बंदा नीचे आना चाहिए। अल्टीमेट लगा के रखा है बोट।
अच्छा अल्टीमेट वाला
चलो निकलो।
मतलब मैं गाड़ी से 6 बार गिरना है
रिवाइव के लिए।
हाँ गिरोगे?
अच्छा रिवाइव करना है आपको।
गाड़ी से हीलिंग मत करने का ठीक है।
इधर आओ इधर आओ। मेरे को दो गाड़ी मेरे को गाड़ी दो मेरे को गाड़ी दो मेरे को गाड़ी दो। रिवाइव करना है ना 6 बार। हाँ और भाई रिवाइव करना है ना।
हाँ
हाँ सबर करो।
हाँ इनको मुंह पे ले जाके रख देंगे क्या? समझ?
आ जाओ।
ये क्या होगा? अच्छा अभी जून पे चलोगे?
अरे कितना बार रिवाइव करो बस। आ जाओ।
आगर हुआ है। अच्छा समय भी ठीक है अच्छा है।
वहाँ पर रहो यहाँ पे रहो यहाँ पे कवर।
बस ज़्यादा स्किप नहीं बस वो भी जाने वाला था।
आ जाओ।
हो जाएगा ना समय? ये कितना 6 बार हो गया और 4 बार 4 बार बाकी है 6 हो गया।
ठीक है पकड़ो पकड़ते रहो। थोड़ा और जून के पास चलो।
अभी गिरोगे? असल में गाड़ी में बैठ जाओ जितना तक चलेगा इतना तक चलेगा।
Help!
इधर आओ इधर आओ इधर आओ।
ये सेफ नहीं है?
नहीं
2 बाकी 30 सेकंड बाकी।
आ जाओ।
सब में हीलिंग है ना कि दूंगा
हीलिंग है मेरे पे। ये लास्ट है।
हाँ हो गया उस
गाड़ी में बैठो सीधा।
सुबह गाड़ी में अब ये क्या मैं गाड़ी में बैठ अब बेल्टिस लगाना का यार
पकड़ो
तो मेरे भी काट रहा है सब भाई। ये मिशन का चक्कर में यार अच्छा असलम में खो दिया मैंने। भाई हेलो
अरे हम लोग ना थोड़ा मिस्टेक कर दिए।
हाँ उस टाइम उधर हो जाता है। मैं अभी क्या कर गई
बंदा है।
हो गया बस मिशन और क्या करें देखता हूँ। मेरे मिशन का इतना जबरदस्ती नहीं है असलम भाई।
कितना
जो
हुआ?
1000 यूसी गिरवी में दिया था वो लेने के लिए
हो गया मिला रिटर्न।
हाँ रिटर्न और असलम में बताओ।
ठीक है बताओ। चलो वाव खेलते हैं हम लोग। बन गया रेडी करो।
एक मिनट इंटरव्यू ऐसी सब भाई या अच्छा मेरे वजह से हो गया ये ये खाली तीन लगा दे तो 3 स्टेप मिल जाएगा। चलो समय बात खत्म हो गया सब। क्या लगाने लगा
गन गेम खेलते हैं क्या खेलेंगे। मैं जाऊंगा।
मैंने क्या होगा पता है मैं 1000 यूसी से वो 3 बार वो किया था जो आरपी पैकेज है ना वो किया था और मेरे को इमरजेंसी बिट पे जो है ना वो 2 मिल गया था।
हाँ मैं ठीक है सही है।
ऐसे लेता हूँ ना मैंने
सही है।
ये तो मैंने ये 2 साल से ऐसे लेता हूँ। ये जमा करके कितना मिथिक लिया मैंने आपको बता असलम भाई।
नहीं सही है।
3-4 मिथिक लिया मैंने। ये 1000 गिरवी रख ऐसे लेता हूँ मैं बस वो ले लिया।
सही है ना।
लेकिन 4 बार टाइम पे मटेरियल
उससे मटेरियल नहीं बढ़ता है। तो मटेरियल भी मिलता है। मटेरियल मिलता है कि नहीं?
इसको तगड़ा चलता है। अबे एक फुक में मर गया मैंने। अजीब यार। यार रूजी से मार दिया भाई, मेरे को मारना चाहिए था यार। लो अब तो क्या विक्टर से मार दिया। नहीं मारा। ये मैं सोचा दूर से जाके मारेगा। ये अजीब बात है रे। ऐसा रुक से आ गया। नहीं मेरे को नहीं जाना, मेरे को नहीं जाना, तो नहीं जाना।
I need a weapon. भैया जी असलम भाई के ऊपर कोई ट्रेडिशन नहीं काम कर रहा है यार। क्या मिला है? अभी भी दूर से नहीं खेलना, साथ में जाने का देखना क्या है यार। नहीं करो, नहीं करो। क्या दिया? भाई कैसे?
आईफोन को बचा के रखो।
भाई हाँ यार
अरे bro, कैसे कैसे कैमरा
Bagus lah, boy.
आ गया هذا والله يا فرحان ليش ما بنلعب ببجي؟ يا حبيبي ما بنلعب والله والله